Don't make a move until I've determined that the mark is inside.
Yes, Jose.
If I don't ID this guy, then we walk out of here, quietly.
Okay.
Now you've done it. Henrietta, why did you lose control?
I couldn't control it. I just snapped.
The problem lies within their brainwashing procedures. I now see that the system could use some improvement.
Officially, the Social Welfare Agency is a government-sponsored corporation that's in the business of saving lives. At least that's the ruse. In reality, it's an agency on the fringe of technology. To give terminal patients another shot at life using cybernetic implants. This conditioning process then shapes the patient into an efficient machine for handling all of the government's dirty work.
What are you doing here?
I can't remember what to say. What do I say at a time like this?
Rico?
Of course. I remember. I am sorry.
Around every corner, behind every door, deep in every shadow, terror waits. Evil returns to the PlayStation 2. Resident Evil Outbreak. Rated M for mature, only from Capcom.
Use the crystals to expel the mist that poisoned your world. Battle alone or with friends by connecting up to 4 Game Boy Advance systems. Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles. Only for Nintendo GameCube. Rated T for T.
The city is sick with corruption, Chloe. Its people are trapped under the foot of Goliath. Together, we could make a real difference.
Our master's dream is all that matters. Make sure the detective and her samurai are dealt with.
As long as I get to play with them first.
I'll show you real horsepower.
All eyes
eyes will be on me.
It ends here.
Vermin have invaded the city. Officers are advised to use lethal force.
Scour the building. Leave nothing behind.
Unicorns!
No matter how hopeless it gets, no matter the odds, I will be by your side.
What's our next move?
I'm gonna kill the Dream Eaters.
A dream really can change the world. All it needs is a nurturing hand.
On Hjo, where Hjorians live in symbiosis with raincoats, parasites that grant special powers called virtues. Life is tough and can end in the blink of an eye, if you're lucky. Among raincoat Hjorians are professional problem solvers. If they can't help you,
at this point, it has consumed my workplace, my housemates, my Uniblocks, and my artifact collection. Please contact Salvage Service and ask them to blow this place up.
you're screwed. Enter Ular, a new solver with no memory of Hjo culture, or any direction in life, besides survival.
I'm hungry.
But you better learn fast, because he's not a normal Hjorian, and that makes him a target. He must rely on his mute companion Henio, and Mr. Raynor, the disembodied voice that directs all solvers to their goals.
I'm Mr. Raynor, your personal life coach. Coach, is that edible?
But are they really friends or foes? Mr. Raynor's Salvage Service. Catch it on Fluff Bites. Put on your coat and find your value.
No matter how much I bleed, no matter how many tears dry up, no matter how much our hearts drift away, no matter how much time passes, no matter how hard it may be to connect with you, no matter how sad I am, I wanted to be that man's dream.
There you go, little guy. Live your life to the fullest. Ha! I told you! Relic hunting is super fun.
Nice job!
It dare not block my path any longer. So, listen, I was just thinking, what kind of relics do you think the raiders have found? Because that's why they come here, right? To find relics? Woohoo! This is amazing!
Iki, what do we do? I look really hungry. Watch out!
Yeah, too late.
How can you always be so reckless? Do you even care if you live or die?
Of course I do. How can you say something like that?
Maybe. We shouldn't camp here tonight.
Bah, don't worry. I'm sure it will be fine.
and welcome to the Fluff by Entertainment System. Home and welcome to all empathetic, compassionate degenerates. Happy Friday, August 16th, 2024. I hope you have a pleasant weekend. I'm honored that you had started with me. I am Duskbite. I use he and they pronouns. I am part cat and part dog and like a little bit lizard. And I'll be your host for this part of stream. I'm part of a plural system, so I have headmates with their own sonas who will pop in at their own discretion, but usually we plan it out. Today's topic is identity in consumption versus identity in art. And the games we'll be playing today are Crystal Story, Dawn of Dusk, continuing Cavern of Dreams, and of course, another chapter of When They Cry, also known as Higurashi. Hope you're all ready for a thoughtful and chill time, I guess? I don't know. I hope you're doing well. Oh right, affiliate anniversary. Yeah, it's not affiliate anniversary. Someone said they didn't know what that meant. So there's 3 levels of Twitchery. I mean, technically there's 4 really, but there's just like being a Twitch streamer, like having an account and streaming. Just basic stuff. You can't have your own emotes. And no one can subscribe to you. People can follow you, but they can't subscribe to you. And they can't give you bits. They can't give you money. And when you hit affiliate, you can now ask for money. There will be, fucking Twitch will take part of before they give it to, the streamer. So, in an optimistic light, an affiliate anniversary is a celebration of, oh yeah, like I reached this milestone in my streaming career. The level pass affiliate, after you get the ability to monetize your existence on Twitch and have emotes and be able to be subscribed to, there's also partner. And partner used to have this exclusivity contract where you couldn't stream on any other platform. You couldn't live stream on any other platform. And people were paid like handsomely. And people still are paid handsomely, but partner is not nearly as good as it used to be. You get even more emote slots. If you do make revenue, you get a higher revenue split, I believe. But like the thing is, if you reach the milestones that affiliate and partner require, you've already in general done good as a streamer. So although I'm a lot of bit pessimistic about just the existence of affiliate, because I don't think there should be that gatekeepy bar of entry. I think you should have an active account that's streamed at least a couple of times in 30 days if your account is new. And then you can monetize so we don't get like a bunch of bots or something. But like for some streamers, they never reach affiliate. Like it makes divisions that make being a small fish in this huge ocean seem smaller or seem bigger. It makes you seem bigger. And by comparison you are, but it also gives a false sense of, I don't know, like, not fame, but accomplishment, I feel like, because I think a lot of people reach affiliate, and they don't really feel any different. I mean, they might get some money, like, almost immediately, especially to celebrate making affiliate, like, with some affiliate, like, you know, event. And, of course, the affiliate anniversary is another reason to, celebrate and have a special occasion and be like, ah, yes, thank you.
it's all because of you that I've reached this milestone. When really, every day that we stream, I could easily be thanking you all because that is still the case whether we were affiliate or not. It did feel nice when we first got it, for sure. The fourth thing is like having a special deal with Twitch. It's no like actual like height you can reach, and you can definitely get it without technically being partner. It's just like being valued enough by Twitch that they want you to be highly visible on their platform and are willing to give you money so that you do stream regularly, so that people come to the platform. Because there's plenty of people who keep a lot of bigger streamers' numbers high, and they don't watch really anyone else. And I mean, even for small streamers, that can be the case. We've been told, not anytime recently, but definitely in general, that like we're the only reason that someone came to a platform. A lot of times they find other streamers after a longer length of time, but I think that is partially because of the indie space. Especially with really popular streamers, especially folks that primarily have their eyes on streaming and only streaming. If they're streaming like most of the week, then a lot of times you don't have a lot of time to watch other streamers. Which is why we're glad we don't stream every day. Even if we could manage it. I think we keel over. Thank you for being you, Dusk. Thank you. I appreciate you. I can't believe you got an Origin game. Oh, Crystal Story Dawn of Dusk? You're stupid. I mean, to be fair, I literally was immediately wanting to play Crystal Story Dawn of Dusk because it has to do with duality of self. And it has my personal name and my code name in the title. Dawn of Dusk. And I'm just like, I know it's petty and childish, but I mean, sometimes I'm petty and childish. What can I say? Did you expect better of me? I hope not. But before playing games, we got this thing we wanted to read, but it's really a springboard us off. God damn, that's fucking bright. We got like a dark mode or something. Oh, no. It's enabled. Weird. Guess I'll just have a flashbang in my face this entire time. That's cool. What if I do that? Nope. Still fuck my life. Okay, so I'm gonna lead into this, right? So, identity and consumption versus identity and art. It's not weird for everything on the internet especially to be considered content. If it's a video about gardening, it is content. If it is a movie or a movie trailer, it is content. If it's a video game, it's definitely content. If it's a stream, it's content for sure. If it's an ad on this stream that makes you not able to watch it for 30 seconds or 2 minutes, that's content. And there's a lot of people who feel as though, myself included, that art has become seen as, more than ever, was already like this to a degree, but more than ever, very disposable and very cheap. And I say this even without AI in the equation. But with AI, it really is shown that there's a lot of people who mask off, do not care about people who make art, and just want the product. I think that calling generative AI what it spits out content and not art would be more technically correct. Content isn't always art, but art can be content, I suppose. But it's a sterilization of it. It is a slurry. It's second monitor content while playing Candy Crush and a YouTube video playing while you're in a VC with a bunch of your friends. It's not necessarily that's bad, but lately we've been overstimulated, and we've been trying to find a balance between basically losing ourselves in the ether that is the internet, whether that is through the endless scroll, whether that is through watching everything YouTube recommends just to numb the pain. It is really apparent to us when we want to consume art and when we want to consume content, like as a consumer or as a person and not an entertainer, or as a person who is entertained rather than entertainer, right? And there's actually a tension between that, because our really long stint with not making video essays and just not putting a lot of effort into our main channel at all has partially been, there's just so much stuff, like regardless of quality, there's just so much stuff that's really overwhelming. And this is as a person who is disabled and so cannot work a regular job, and so technically we've monetized hobbies, right? And like it's the weirdest thing. There's still, we are living in some people's imagination somewhat of an ideal neat life, like NEET, but even without the, well, actually being disabled makes everything harder, not just having a job. So it's not just like having fun. It's not like having fun 24/7 just because we don't have a job. A normal job, I guess. But I digress. There is a lot of temptation, instead of to create for us, to literally read a book that seems interesting, or listen to a cool podcast that someone recommended us, or play one of the millions of video games that seems to come out every other day, or shit, even something more niche, like write poetry. Like we keep bouncing back and forth between like wanting to consume and wanting to create. And it's not the content or the art necessarily that's the problem for us. It is the overwhelming need to fill the silence, and to often lose ourselves in whatever. We can lose ourselves in content, but we like to lose ourselves in art. But sometimes when we're not doing stuff that has to do with our creation and, you know, streaming and all that, we often will find ourselves wanting to just kind of glaze over a little bit and receive content into our eyeballs and ear holes, but not something that is art for sure, and something very specifically crafted to be viewed or played, and we're just like avoiding it. Like even though we love that engagement and we love like narratives, right? And we love game mechanics and, you know, yada yada yada. But it's so weird to feel like I don't have the energy to watch an anime, but I have the energy to watch a 2-hour video essay on the industrialization of broccoli or some shit. And that's a problem that a lot of folks have. And maybe it's not creating necessarily, maybe it's the endless scroll or watching YouTube videos all the time paired against spending time with your friends or something like that. I think a lot of people have like this back and forth thing for media, and we've seen a YouTube video that came out recently that talked about how people are trying to unplug from social media but then replacing TikTok or Blue Sky with like binging The Office, and how there was a content creator who was showing how she was managing not being on social media, and she was just carrying her laptop with The Office playing on it from room to room wherever she did, including like, you know, making food and eating. And I definitely know a lot of people have a lot of trauma who can't sit with their thoughts alone silently a lot, and we're in that same boat, so we know that it's not necessarily just like a, you know, yells at sky thingy. Like, we love a lot of stuff about like being on the internet, and everything all of the time is really overwhelming. It's like in JJK, the fucking move that Gojo has, where he makes you see infinity and you're presented with all the information in the world, all the information that exists, but it's so much, it's overpowering, you can't do anything with it. Endless news, endless hype trains for, you know, art, trailers, video games, things to keep up with, health news. And if you're trying to actively avoid political stuff like a lot of people, then, you know, it's even more treacherous and you're even more on a hair trigger to like avoid bad things. And it actually, thinking about all this and how instead of thinking about something being bad, like the internet or television or music or whatever, looking at what you're using it for and on what occasions. And sometimes you are winding down for the day and you just want to put on something feel good, so you end up watching, I don't know, I was reincarnated as a slime or something before bed. And definitely not trying to disparage that, or like necessarily all day binging sessions. Believe you me, I will certainly still binge stuff, but we've been like well aware that like sometimes if we want to fill the space, maybe we should try to fill the space with something else, especially when we're spending a lot of our day like in one place, in one room, and you know, that makes depression and stuff happen. But honestly, it's still a part of our journey in finding some amount of functionality we can carve out so we can actually make the most of this career we're trying to build, while also like not burning ourselves out and having a fulfilling personal life or whatever. But now to talk about quality, this decade may be one of the most interesting, and I say interesting in both good and bad ways, decades of gaming and probably ever. And it sucks. And we've talked about it before, how there's the dichotomy of, oh, look at all these amazing games, if you know where to look, and, you know, you're not looking directly at the sun in, you know, games that are not good and were rushed or came out incomplete, or, you know, the studio got shuttered right after they released the game because it didn't have record-breaking sales automatically. Alone in the Dark remake. We're kind of still pissed about that one. But the Alone in the Dark remake came out, and it's really, really good. Right? Like, there's the two sides of the coin. Like, there's the hype side that's like, look at all this cool shit. And then there's the disparity side of, wow, a lot of people are losing their jobs while the people above them are giving themselves bonuses. I'm not gonna belabor that too much, preaching to the choir here, but like, it's really easy to try to avoid the stuff that's hard about the reality that we live in and how it is to interact with art and content. And we want to be a little bit more intentional with it. And I know that even saying that is weird to acknowledge, because that runs counter to like what a lot of people probably use our content for. And I'm definitely not going to disparage Second Monitor content. We are top tier Second Monitor content, I'll have you know. But seeing the newsletter of the developer for Crystal Story Dawn of Dusk, which actually has episodic releases, and is also, according to the developer, their first game, and reading that newsletter about the stuff they've been doing, and seeing them say, I don't have much time to play video games, but I've learned to have a lot of joy in creating, reminded us that sometimes we need to sit with the quiet to actually get things done, because we actually overwhelm ourselves with too much. And we're reminded that things that you do to relax still take mental processing. So if you are going to relax and you're watching a bunch of stuff, even if you're half watching it laying in bed, you're still processing the stuff. If you're listening to a bunch of music and you're laying in bed, you're still processing the music. It's like, it's definitely like a lower tier of processing. It takes a lot less energy, but it does pile up. And when you're processing constantly, it can be a lot. And it's something we're really sensitive to because we're autistic. And it sucks to have more limits on ourselves and stuff. Like, we're not gonna have a bedtime or anything, but like, trying to limit the intake that's assaulting our brain every day has been a lot this week. But we also know that as much as we really love stimulation and we feel like we need stimulation all the time, we have to stimulate ourselves less for better things. It's the classic conundrum of get a reward now, like right now, or get a reward next week, but it's like double. The like delaying gratification is the delaying gratification thingy. Especially with everything coming easy to us. I could watch almost anything that's ever been put on the internet whenever I want to, damn near. Like, with the amount of choice that you have on the internet, there is a feeling of, I should be doing something, right? No, you don't have to be doing something. Or you don't have to be doing something productive or important. But sometimes it sure feels like you are. And it also feels like there's that weird disparity that's accentuated when you don't have access to the internet for a while. And it's like, oh damn, I can't look up Wikipedia to see why chickpeas are called chickpeas. Damn, I'll have to ask someone. Sorry, I totally like went off there. I didn't even read chat. Look for a dark mode extension, but I don't want to take too much time on it. We basically stopped using Mastodon as of late. Oh, has it been hard for you? And why is it that you've disengaged from Mastodon, Sonny? I'm curious, especially considering Mastodon is what like a lot of it's your favorite. It's like your favorite artist's favorite social media. You know, like it's weird like that. We know a lot of people, especially like more computer literate people who have Linux and shit, that we should use Mastodon. And I do think that if we actually did use Mastodon, the novelty of it and the trepidation we have about it because of how it is will probably go away rather quickly. But it is just like a lot of spoons, and I think that's part of why we've avoided it for a while. But we know it's not without its problems too. And I was wondering, I haven't we've looked at Mastodon, like, stuff in the Fediverse without having an account, but we haven't got a real sense of how, like, addictive it is as a social media site compared to other stuff. But we would use co-host as, like, almost a neutral baseline. Co-host is probably a social media we've seen that has the least addictive qualities that I've seen in social media as of late. Got tired of the bullshit. And lack of moderation tools. Lack of moderation tools? That feels like that should have been like a consideration way before they even released. I mean, I'm sure they have moderation tools, just not good enough ones. And it not being good about bigotry is, it is... A lot of people are like that. And it sucks, but, like, no matter where you go on a major public social media, you're gonna run into a lot of that. And it sucks the rise of, say, fascism and a lot of isms, actually. It feels as though there's not a lot of places you can go that it feels safe. And honestly, even in the, like, queer or, like, leftist alcoves that people have, like, cut out in certain spaces, there's still a lot of work to be done on the isms. So I definitely don't fault you for disengaging. Specio says, I'm sure a human adjusts to a certain level of stimulation, and going to or from that level takes time. Oh yeah, definitely. You have to acclimate yourselves. I am the light bringer. Honestly, being sick with COVID made me realize that no, I don't have to have my PC. I can just rest. Yeah, I mean, it's when you can actually sit with the quiet and not, like, have a panic attack. It's great. Sometimes. A lot of times we get, like, a somewhat healthy dose of social interaction because we live with people that aren't, like, transphobic biofamily or boomers, just in general. Not to mention that we're, like, dating one of our roommates, obviously. So there's also that. But, like, being able to strike up a conversation and not having to, like, trip over a bunch of social snafus or like, sorry, not snafus, what's the word? Like, social niceties that you're supposed to keep up, which is exhausting in of itself. Like, having people that you can be weird around is really fucking nice. And I think a lot of people need it. I think you need a place to be a little bit weird. What else Sonic say? Though we think the bullshit that tired us most about the Fediverse was the fucking fascist-led divide and conquer attacks that nobody seems to care about. I see. Is it easy to get someone deplatformed in the Fediverse? Do you only deplatform them in the particular, like, community that they're in, or it was, like, instance or whatever? Or is there such thing as a widespread Fediverse ban that you can't access any Fediverses? That'd be interesting. I don't think I would want to have that power given out very lightly, but there definitely should be some sort of better moderation than, like, individual discourse or whatever. Or, you know, the thing that happens a lot where there's not, like, a lot of blatant stuff, and this happens in Discords as well, where, like, the mood will sour slowly but surely, and then eventually it'll be masked off and obvious. That was actually what happened with the developer of Heartbeat, the Pokemon-like one. There were, like, trans people in her server who were noticing little moments of transphobia, but like light enough that it could be seen as like microaggressions, but then it kept building up and it became a pattern of behavior. And then eventually it was like, okay, this water is boiling, I'm getting the fuck out, you know? And then that's how like the tension got on that developer for being transphobic, because the transphobic community was fostered by her girlfriend in that Discord server. And I only mention that to illustrate how that sort of thing does happen over time, so I could see that being like a wedge in a way that people push certain minority groups out. It happens all the time, especially in communities that we're a part of, because, you know, freaks and weirdos. My housemate and me had a lot of fun on our play date. We'll be having another pretty soon. Oh, that's cute. I guess we're going on kind of a play date tomorrow, but like it's more like a middle play date, so you wouldn't really call it a play date. But I guess it's just a hangout, you know. It's nothing serious, you know. It's cool. It's easy, but not trivial. We will not go into detail. That's fair. That's fair. We got sidetracked anyway. Like, everything I said was to lead up to talking about this this paper. It's an excerpt from, I think, a bigger journal, but this was interesting for us to read. If anyone is familiar with CJ the Etz, who is a video essayist on YouTube and a musician and a media analyst, and someone who is very much involved with investigating things about art and not just making art. They've made a lot of videos that have, for us, illuminated things about art and making art and the existence of art in different contexts, and who has power in like audience versus artists, relationships, and a lot of stuff. For some people, that's, you know, one of the best video essayists on the platform, actually. And we do think highly of the stuff they do. And sometimes their stuff has gotten us to stick it out more in terms of being a starving artist and stuff like that, but not in the starving sense like a fucking bootstraps mentality. More like a sense of art having value that is divorced from the numbers involved, that has more of like, did you achieve what you wanted to achieve with this piece? Do you realize how you can make it better in the future? Is it something that was it something that was interesting to process? Did you learn something from it? You don't always have to learn something from it. And I'm talking from the creator side. Like, there are ways of viewing art that make you more of a bystander to it, makes you mechanical, and we appreciate art that makes you animal, that makes you flesh and solid, I guess. And I guess in service of that, Trust and Sincerity in Art by Thai Nguyen, which explores how the ways that we trust and distrust art and art critique and artists, and kind of the balance between those things. This doesn't directly have to do with art versus content, but in the pursuit of understanding art and how people and communities and, you know, we ourselves engage with it, I'm hoping that this will lead to some thoughts about more things that make art important, or something that distinguishes art from the slurry of shit that is generated just to fill a hole. But even without the, like, you know, the homogenous AI apocalypse gobbling up all of art to think about, we also just have been kind of still, honestly, even after that long hiatus we took earlier this year, that was like 4.5 months long, we're still in a rut. We're still in the art rut. We're still in a video essayist rut. And we have something that is still blocking us. And because everything is content, thought we would process it with you. Thanks for letting us talk about it though. We miss our friends, but are there no DMs in the Fediverse? Because like we even did on Twitter a like pinned tweet at one point for like a couple of months that was like, hey, we're not really using Twitter anymore, maybe just say stream announcements and retweet cool shit, but other than that, we're gone. Here are other places to find us. Like, in lieu of DMing everyone that you know, I don't know if there's something like that you can do. I hope you can, because I think that's why a lot of people stay on certain platforms, whether it be something like Twitch or something like Twitter, because of people. Think me absent-mindedly grinning about Elon Musk begging Stephen King not to leave the platform. And it's like, I'll give you I'll give you a check mark for free. I'm sorry. Middles have sleepovers. I see. Okay, so yeah, I got a sleepover tomorrow with a pretty girl. Trust and sincerity in art. Damn, that last comment really is gonna make this VOD seem so unserious. Wait. Actually, I don't care about being unserious. Bite me. Our life with art is suffused with trust. We don't just trust one another's aesthetic testimony. We trust one another's aesthetic actions. Audiences trust artists to have made it worth their while. Artists trust audiences to put in the effort. Without trust, audiences would have little reason to put in the effort to understand difficult and unfamiliar art. I offer a theory of aesthetic trust, which highlights the importance of trust and aesthetic sincerity. We trust in another's aesthetic sincerity when we rely on them to fulfill their commitments to act for aesthetic reasons, rather than for, say, financial, social, or political reasons. We feel most thoughtfully betrayed by an artist not when they make bad art, but when they sell out. This teaches us something about the nature of trust in general. According to many standard theories, trust involves taking the trusted to be cooperative or good-natured, but trust in aesthetic sincerity is different. We trust artists to make true to their own aesthetic sensibility, which might involve selfishly ignoring their audience's needs. Why do we care so much about an artist's sincerity, rather than merely trusting them to make good art? We emphasize sincerity when wish to encourage originality, rather than demanding success along predictable lines. And we ask for sincerity when our goal is to discover a shared sensibility. In moral life, we often try to force convergence through coordinated effort, but in aesthetic life, we often hope for the lonely discovery that our sensibilities are similar all along. And for that, we need to ask for sincerity rather than overt coordination. I think this opening is interesting because, not to lean on the way we found this too much, it immediately makes me think of how purposely combative CJ the Ets is in their persona and how they speak to their audience, specifically on YouTube. and being very open about there being a sincerity to that that does feel like a resistance to quote unquote selling out, or rather a resistance to what a lot of people wouldn't necessarily consider selling out, but rather just giving their audience what they want and what they ask for. We've heard them and other artists say something akin to, I don't want to give you what you like, or I don't want to give you what you want, I want to give you what you didn't know you want. And that's like kind of what a good artist can do. But I think that there's a level of familiarity that presupposes that after a while, that you want an artist to be consistent with what you found them in. And that's how someone gets a nostalgic view on an artist, and as they grow and evolve and change, people go, ugh, their first album was better. And a lot of people link that to like being hungry for either fame or recognition, or tapping into art as anything other than like profit motive generally. Or I guess one would say like honorable motives. And then there's a sense of someone selling out as they are consistently making more and more money and do more to accommodate not necessarily their fans, but the people who make the big decisions, managers, record labels, you know, that sort of thing, and bending to that will. And in the video game industry, we see that all the time with the super criticalness of like CEOs and video game companies, where it's like, yes, we love Tango Gameworks. We really like what Hi-Fi Rush brings to the table and what it brings to the Xbox brand. But we need more games like Hi-Fi Rush, so we have to let Tango Gameworks go. You know, like, sometimes and oftentimes there'll be an aesthetic sincerity that a lot of people will appreciate, but there won't be financial success behind that, and people see the financial success or the lack of it as part of its cult status and part of it being good because, you know, normies don't like it or it's not super popular. You have to be like, you feel exclusive by liking it. I mean, shit, when people told us that Hyperdimension Neptunia wasn't cringe, actually, and that, like, I don't even consider those characters lowlies, or at least not Neptunia, we're just like, huh? It was like, oh, you don't think it's, like, the lowest rung of video games? And we're like, huh? It's just a video game. And sometimes that, like, indifference is nice, but then sometimes someone being like, oh yeah, these are my favorite Neptunia games. I have all of them. Do you want to play Four Goddesses Online together? Oh, I definitely call Nep, so you're gonna have to take someone else. I just spoke a completely different language. Forgive me. I was gonna blame one of my headmates on it, but nah. I mean, I like Hyperdimension Neptunia too. I just didn't tell them before now. But there is a certain image about being an artist that does not compromise. And there's a lot of stories in art and a lot of, like, you know, like fan culture canon or pseudo canon that basically exists to confirm that. A lot of people go, Silent Hill 3 is bad or worse than Silent Hill 1 because it was made to lean into the more action-heavy stuff that was getting popular in the horror genre at the time. And it's like, what if they just wanted to put a submachine gun in Silent Hill 3? Like, not to say that the people who say that are definitely wrong. I don't think they are. But I think that there can be a single-mindedness about decisions being made in art and what they were for. And some people feel personally attacked or personally head patted when they see something that confirms their bias one way or the other in art. And through that parasocial relationship, you immediately have some connection to the artist that is more than just liking their music. It's like a shared quality. And especially if it's something that like that artist is proud of, but you can't be as proud of it in your own life, that can be incredibly uplifting. Like, think about like queer artists who push and push and push for their work to be seen and not have to have it watered down for like foreign markets and countries where they will only play the movie if they cut out the gay kiss or whatever. I mean, like Rebecca Sugar pushing for more and more representation and representation how they wanted it is literally why Steven Universe didn't last longer. It would have lasted longer if they compromised. Fun fact. So it's definitely not an imagined bias. I do think that there can be levels of selling out. But I do think people are much more likely to be okay with an artist compromising as long as they're compromising in a direction that they like. But if it's anything else, then your original view of that artist is shattered, and you go, oh no, I guess they weren't that cool after all, or they've changed. Those things can be true. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you whiny. Although whiny people are cute, remember. All whiners, not all whiners are cute, but all people who watch Fluff Bite and whine are cute. So that pretty much covers my bases. Sometimes you just need to get away from the situation. Oh yeah, social media stuff and like social shit blowing up. God, I forgot we're gonna talk about Kanye West. Here are some feelings I have about Kanye West's music and its reception. Through Life of Pablo, his albums grew more difficult and more alienating. After some time and effort, however, I came to find each one deeply rewarding. But as his work became harsher and more structurally bewildering, each album took me longer to come to terms with. I pressed on through those early difficult listens because by that point, I come to trust in Kanye as a musical artist. Other people tuned out as Kanye's work evolved. They had deeply loved his earlier work, but were unwilling to invest energy in an attempt to come to terms with his later work. I have feelings about them too. I think they have something ever so slightly wrong. It's not just that they are missing out on a bit of extra pleasure. It's that they are failing to offer West the kind of trust that he deserves, given their prior relationship to his work. And then there are people who never gave Kanye West's music a chance. Some of these people are my friends and fellow appreciators with whom I have a long history of listening together and appreciating things together. A history of shared sensibility. When such an aesthetic compatriot, when such aesthetic compatriots refuse to even try to listen with an open mind despite my gushing and despite mass critical consensus, I feel that they are failing to trust when they should. And we can feel betrayed towards artists too. The consensus among fans and critics seems to be that West's most recent album, Yay, was tossed off without much real effort. Longtime West listeners felt deeply let down by the album and by the artist behind it. If an online outpouring was any judge, music critic Megan Gavey writes, "We have reached the point where West's once constant train of ideas, usually inspired, regularly awkward, but always like nothing else out there, is barely meeting the standard of Lift Yourself, the desperate troll banger that preceded Yay. Corralling every meaning of the word scat, the desperate troll banger that preceded Yay, corralling every meaning of the word scat. The problem with Yay is not that it was made by an unrepentant asshole, but that it is thoroughly, exhaustingly boring. A word I never imagined would apply to a generation's most reliable innovator. Yay feels rickety almost, as if removing a bass line will send the whole thing toppling. It's as if he completely forgotten the music was the reason we loved him in the first place. In Ghost Town, he gargles a few half-finished thoughts, his tone not so much sad, but dazed. Reusing the verse melody from Runaway over a sample chop that at one point sounds a whole lot like his work with Jay-Z. It's an ode to total numbness, and somehow it's also Ye's emotional climax, an irony as apt as it is depressing. What unites these various responses is the presence of trust in its kin. Richard Holden notes that there are characteristic normativity-laden attitudes which surround trust. When you trust someone to do something, you rely on them to do it, and you regard that reliance in a certain way. You have a readiness to feel betrayal should it be disappointed, and gratitude should it be upheld. I'm not gonna belabor the using Kanye as an example, because we will be here all fucking day, because I'm from the same city as Kanye, and so I have a long history of living in context to Kanye. Because people won't shut up about Kanye. Kanye's always doing something. And I don't think of Kanye as like a super representative of Chicago and he's like embarrassing the place or whatever. But he is generally embarrassing, and I hate to have anything in common with him. And he especially made us feel uncomfortable as he was becoming more right-leaning, and his music, which seemed to also reflect his mental state, at least to us, or some of the stuff he was trying to process, that by the time he made the album about being bipolar, and as far as we know, we are not bipolar, but we do have BPD, and, you know, they are commonly misdiagnosed as each other, and you can have both, and interrelated. That's the word I want to use. It's interrelated. So I do think that in that way, we're peers with Kanye, and to have him make music reflective of his experience should be good, even if it's not, or it should feel validating for us, even if we do necessarily disagree. But it just seemed like it was trolled and used as a way to be ableist against yourself and people like you, but be like, well, I'm disabled, so I can make fun of this in a way that does not feel reclamatory. It feels like a mess. And so seeing those things happen in real time, and having Kanye's shadow just be what it is, because we're both black and from Chicago and from the South Side, I'm just like, God damn it. I would love it if Kanye would live a quiet life. Perfect for me. In aesthetic life, we are not simply surprised when an artist lets us down. We feel betrayed. When somebody mistrusts our recommendations, when we think we have earned their trust, we are hurt. Oh, sorry, Specchio. When it's the first person I thought of. Because Specchio recommends us a lot of stuff, and generally has good taste in games. But we're just always a little bit skeptical for some reason. When I discover some hidden perfect subtlety buried deep in the innards of some labyrinthine novel, I feel gratitude that the author had trusted their audience enough to place it there. But the role of trust in art, and our relationships to artists, audiences, critics, and fellow appreciators, has been relatively underexplored, at least in philosophical aesthetics. Philosophers of art have focused their attentions on one very specific kind of trust, the sort involved in the acquisition of aesthetic knowledge via testimony. They have debated at great length whether and why there is really a problem with acquiring aesthetic judgment strictly through testimony, but there are many other kinds of aesthetic trust. Artists create subtle, complex works, trusting their audiences to discover those works' more esoteric qualities. Audiences invest their time and energy in those works, trusting artists to have created with dedication and sincerity. Museum goers trust curators to choose aesthetically profound works and not just aim to maximize ticket sales. Actors trust their directors, classical musicians trust their conductors, painters trust manufacturers to be meticulous in making pigments and paper, readers trust critics to get at the heart of an artwork, instead of just saying clever stuff to advance their careers. That last one, I think, is very much something a lot of YouTubers do. And, you know, sometimes you can have a little bit as a treat. I like to get to the heart of a work and say clever stuff. Well, I don't know if the clever stuff we say actually advances our career at all. It definitely advances our ego, though. I think a lot of analysis for us is trying to communicate how our brain works in regards to a specific piece of work. Something that is not easy to do because of how weird our mind is, how unconventional we think. It is sometimes frustrating to process, and it is a lot of labor to do all the work to get the understanding that we feel and the purpose that we feel when we think we understand a work and we resonate with it and we've like grappled with its themes, then we're trying to communicate it in a way that's palatable and not just mush. It's very challenging. And we think about that trust. We thought about that trust even before we earned it. We thought about that trust when we were just barely making videos. So like now we have a lot of stocked up fear about the next thing that we majorly do, because we haven't been doing stuff. So it's the expectation of ours has been doing stuff for a while that they were cooking, and not, you know, barely getting by and pissing themselves. Both black, both from Chicago, both wear diapers. Wait, does Kanye wear diapers? What? Actually, I don't want to know. In this paper, I explore the central role of trust. In our lives with art. I will start by considering one particular role of trust. Trust makes it possible for us to aesthetically change and grow by giving us reasons to approach new and unfamiliar art. Without trust, audiences will have little reason to put in the effort to understand inherently difficult art, and artists will have little reason to hope that audiences will rise to the challenge. There are, I claim, many forms of art and aesthetic life, including trust in each other's aesthetic competence and in each other's steadfastness to a style or a sensibility. But I will highlight a form of trust that seems especially characteristic of such contemporary aesthetic life. Trust in aesthetic sincerity. In much current aesthetic practice, we typically trust one another to act from aesthetic considerations rather than financial, social, or other non-aesthetic considerations. Suppose an artist makes a wild stylistic shift, a bold artistic experiment, following their own aesthetic sensibility, and it turns out terribly. They have failed to make good art, but they have succeeded in being aesthetically sincere. And our greatest ire is often directed not at the artist that makes bad art, but at the insincere artist, the sellout. The person who's doing it just to get a paycheck, you know? And it's interesting because I didn't think about it very much until now, but we don't necessarily as a society assume that all construction workers love their job and consider someone a sellout to work for a construction company that's like, you know, a big conglomerate. I mean, I think there's probably a niche world of architects that, you know, it's like, oh man, this one's a sellout for doing this, that, and the third. And I don't know how, you know, that community works, so I can't say. But it's hard for me to imagine something like architecture having that sort of conversation with people who like architecture. Although, if someone just, you know, is like maybe an art historian and likes architecture in the context of art history, or you just like pretty buildings, like you don't care who the fuck builds them, and you're just like, damn, I just wish there was more buildings with all the pointy stuff. I mean, that's valid too. McMansions. McMansions, yeah, actually, McMansions are uninspired and stupid. I hate them. My goals are twofold. First, I hope to show that our understanding of our art practices will benefit from thinking carefully about aesthetic trust. Second, I hope to expand our understanding of trust in general. Much of the recent discussion of the normative dimension of trust emerges from analysis of moral scenarios. There is more to life than morality. Thinking about aesthetic life will deepen our understanding of the varied forms of trust. Trust is we trust in the moral and epistemic spheres. Suggest that this is because of our distinctive goals in aesthetic life. We ask for sincerity rather than kindness, cooperativeness, or reliability because we are trying to nurture creativity and originality, and because we are hoping to encourage a very particular form of shared experience. 1. The motivational problem of difficult art. Although architects also hate making McMansions because they are forced to add a bunch of garbage to their designs that don't make any sense. Ah, I see. That's fair. Appreciating art requires investment. It requires, at the very least, time and energy. It usually also takes willpower, focus, and emotional resources. Experiencing art can be risky too. Opening up yourself to an artwork can leave you emotionally vulnerable. You can't expose yourself to psychic harm from manipulative or abusive art. This fucking essay, this actually academic work said you will take psychic damage. I'm here for it. Many of these concepts, openness, vulnerability, emotional risk, are fairly alien to modern aesthetics and will require significant work to render into physiological, legible terms. Let's start then with a more minimal observation. That some art requires a significant investment of resources before its value is adequately revealed. Some work seems impenetrable at first. It takes some devoted effort to apprehend their structure, to detect their subtle beauty, or to make sense out of the seeming chaos. Call something difficult art if it requires a significant investment of mental, emotional, and or personal resources to assess its value, and there is relatively little direct sign of value early in the appreciative process. I am wondering about this this footnote for 4. I wasn't actually looking at all the footnotes before. I owe this way of framing the issue to Jonathan Gingrich. This paper will focus on the contrast between aesthetic trust and moral trust, focusing on the normative dimension. There is another literature on the epistemology of trust and testimony that is a bit further afield. I have discussed the relationship between art and aesthetic and epistemic testimony in Win 2019. I think this is going to be interesting if this goes the way I think, where it's like bad people making good art and that dilemma, and how for a lot of people, especially people who are on the left or liberal left or want to be on the right side of history or, you know, are against theisms, feel as though a transgression automatically invalidates the art, or rather, the art is not worth the moral the moral consequence by association. I mean, it's one thing to throw out all your Harry Potter books because of J.K. Rowling. It's another thing entirely to throw out all of the Sandman and fucking Good Omens, or I guess half of Good Omens, because he wrote half of it. Do you rip Good Omens in half? How do you do that? I've seen people talk about throwing away all of their Neil Gaiman books and stuff, and I'm not a fan of sexual predators for sure. But if I had a substantive Neil Gaiman collection, I don't think I would have thrown it away. And I do still think that the works that he's made have value, even if he has done deplorable things. And that take is a lot for some people, depending on where you have the line in the sand, because for some people, the aesthetic trust overrides the moral trust. It's not just like they're fighting for balance. Someone will be like, this person makes good art, therefore I don't give a fuck about their moral thingamajigs, you know? And I mean, it can kind of be hard. And it makes it difficult to continue investing in art, or to even be suspicious of all art, because everyone is flawed. And so maybe this person's bad, which is why some people avoid certain art because they don't, or content, because the association will reflect badly on them. Shit, well, we know people who don't openly don't openly talk about that they participate in our community or watch us or are fans of us. And as much as we try to, within reason, have a balance between stuff that we think like our core audience would be stimulated by, and like everyone else that we would want to serve, there is a little bit of bitterness we sometimes have with people being like, oh yeah, sorry baby fur, can't be seen with you. Or not even that, like someone disengaging from the content because of who we are. But I also understand like Squick, and I definitely don't think that people need to push past Squick for anything necessarily. And certain things are harder to push through than others, and there are compromises that people make for that sort of stuff. Sometimes it's not a moral thing. A lot of times it is a proximity thing. It is a guilty by association thing, which I think is very, very common in our current society. And why a lot of people are so scared that they do a fucking 180 and run into the reactionary right, being like, they won't let me like problematic art, so I have to be on the right, which I think is dumb. I think problematic art is actually something of the left, or I should say morally challenging art. But I digress. I think that everyone is going to make their own decisions, and I think that it is ultimately up to them, but I don't think that your consumption alone should be ripe for moral judgment. Though I will say there is an element of you are what you eat. I am going to be more suspicious of some certain people if their entire palate, not if they have something, let's say, icky on their plate, but if their entire plate is something that I would not. Oh my god, do you know where that comes from? Do you know who died for the right? There are some lines that everyone has, and I think that's reasonable. What about the Bible? I don't know. The Bible. Maybe we'll get back to that. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't. Fuck. That's really funny because, you know, there's a lot of places trying to get Bibles taught in school and shit, and I'm just like, ugh, don't do that. And people's, that is definitely a text that it's moral, its moral worth and its aesthetic worth are like interconnected. A lot of people think the Bible is the greatest book ever written because they think it is true. Literally. And I don't feel like debating religion right now, but I will say that regardless of what potential forces or deities may or may not exist, there is no version of the Bible that I think is healthy to take even half literally. And that would be dangerous. But hey, I'm just a weird furry on the internet. A significant investment in mental, emotional, and other personal resources to assess it. Wait, I need to start that fucking sentence over. Call something difficult art if it requires a significant investment in mental, emotional, and other personal resources to assess its value, and if there is relatively little direct sign of its value early in the appreciative process. Ah, the age-old question. Is it good if I have to wait X amount of time for it to get good? A lot of people say no. And in this context, I think I'm going to err on the side of it being contextual. I think I'm gonna say it's contextual. Yeah, difficulty can be relative. Some art is difficult for us simply because we lack the appropriate familiarity and experience. When we are raised in one tradition and then confront work from an alien tradition, we often lack the skills to find the value in it on first pass, or a second, or a fifth. On the other hand, some art is inherently difficult, like the oblique density and texture of Mazine Moore's poetry, or John Coltrane's dense late experiments with free jazz, or Joanna Newson's Milk-Eyed Mender, so full of crackling but expressive oral discomforts, or Four Lungs Heaven or Hell, or I guess actually an untitled album. Really, Four Lungs' whole catalog, really. What reasons could a potential appreciator have to try and get over those early roadblocks? On first encounter, it can be hard to tell difficult art from bad art. To be uninitiated, Coltrane's later work and much of the free jazz which follows is indistinguishable from random noise. Many can see no difference between abstract expressionist paintings and the random splattering of a child. And some forms of difficulty are subtle. The difficulty itself can be invisible to the careless eye. Audiences raised on Western modernist poetry, for example, often miss the quality of Basho minimalist haiku and Tufu's plain spoken verse. These poems' superficial clarity mask their artistic depth. The verse can seem simple-minded and childish to those raised on more willfully obscure poetry of, say, John Berryman. Sorry, I was thinking of an actor. John Berryman and Jory Graham. Similarly to those unversed in the complexities of hip-hop production, and easy to mistake Kanye West. It's easy to mistake Kanye West's deliberately rough vocal work with mere impetus, and miss the complex relationship between the simplistic vocal work and the dense atmospheric production work in which it is embedded. I just want to say that there is something to say of also accidentally making good shit without meaning to, and the complexity being more of a perfect storm than a purposeful decision. I think it's important to try to distinguish those qualities, because it would be funny to give praise to an artist for being deliberately intricate when they were just accidentally complex. Even if to the listener or to the audience member, it's gold, you know? And I'm not even talking about so bad it's good, by the way. I'm talking about stuff that, despite its amateurness, or maybe also because of it, it almost feels like it elevates it above the... It definitely elevates it among the sum of its parts, especially with the aesthetic that's usually attributed to amateur stuff. Like Skinamarink. I don't know if you've seen Skinamarink, but you need to see Skinamarink. Skinamarink is the shit, and it is one of our favorite movies, and it's difficult. It's not the most difficult thing that we like, but it's definitely difficult compared to typical Western horror cinema, or a general or a typical narrative plot structure. What reasons could a potential appreciator have to try and get over those early roadblocks? Wait, I read that already. One can hear the aesthetic difficulty implied in the dismissals of many a detractor, who mock abstract painting and free jazz for being so much random gibberish. To the initiated, it is clear what's going on here. The detractor hasn't put in the work to get over the difficulty hump, and so does not yet see what lack of quality in the that there's To the initiated, it is clear what's going on here. The detractor hasn't put in the work to get over the difficulty hump, and so does not yet see what there is to be seen. More importantly, they mistake their own insensitivity for a lack of quality in the work. They see nothing and take that as a sign that there is nothing to be seen. To somebody who sees how good the art is, this dismissive attitude might seem like pure arrogance. But something more complicated is going on. The detractor's position is actually quite reasonable, up to a point. After all, we are limited beings. We cannot expend energy willy-nilly. We usually only spend aesthetic attention where we have a good reason to think that our investment will yield good returns. And the value of difficult work is, by nature, veiled. 5. I do not claim that this tracks the natural use of the term difficult art. It is a simplutive definition for the sake of brevity. The discussion of difficult art in this paper owes a significant debt to conversations with Matt Stroll. By nature veiled. By nature veiled. And the value of difficult work is by nature veiled. Difficult works present us, then, with a motivational puzzle. If their value is not inherent on their face, what could motivate somebody who does not yet see to put in the effort to see? In which, with such an overwhelming amount of art, how can we tell the bad from the as yet uncomprehended? Since the uninitiated cannot perceive the potential value of a difficult work for themselves, their reasons for spending effort in pursuit of that value cannot come from their appraisal of the work itself. The reasons can come, however, from the social context of the work. We can spend effort on difficult art because somebody we trust tells us to. Such trust is crucial for our personal development as appreciators. How else could we expand into new genres? Could we grow out our early narrow aesthetic channels? How else will we know where to look? Trust can provide reasons for us to get past the apparent surface valuelessness of the incomprehensibility of a work. Thus, trust underwrites the expansion of our aesthetic sensibilities. That's not to say that there could never be any difficult art without trust, but in order to make a regular and reliable practice out of inherently difficult art, we need trust. Trust enables audiences to locate worthwhile difficult art, and trust gives social assurances to artists who make difficult art, since they can rely on their audiences spending their energy to find and appreciate their art. There is a warm, fluffy feeling we get knowing that people that we don't even know, hell, that have never made themselves known to us through comments or in our chat or whatever, like, engage with the stuff we put out and value it and care about it and got something out of it. And we don't want it to be that stuff to be exclusive, but there is a interesting edge to it, knowing that as a small artist, we have folks that have this rare thing that partially came from us. That's kind of cool. It depends on who you consider wrote the Bible, but in some ways the church has a somewhat questionable history. Somewhat? No, I'm not gonna get into it. We now have a diagnosis of the person who dismisses, at first glance, difficult works as obviously worthless, and who stays firm on their early negative judgment, even in the face of the praise from trustworthy sources. Think people who don't want to play Dark Souls, especially because of the way people say Dark Souls is good, not just that they say Dark Souls is good. It's like, I hear that it's good, but the people who say that it's good are assholes. Which actually does kind of mix in the moral and the aesthetic. There's not a problem of brute insensitivity or arrogance towards the artworks themselves. After all, we need a positive reason to put in the extra effort with difficult art, and difficult art will not provide the uninitiated with a reason directly. It's the social matrix surrounding the art that lets us surmount the motivational problem. The problem with the dogmatically dismissive person then lies not in their brute insensitivity to the art itself, but in their refusal to trust where they should. Such a person trusts their own quick reaction that say all rap is musically worthless over the assurances of another sensitive soul who says that there are riches to be found there. Such a person is unwilling to admit that their own quick judgment might admit of lacunae. The stressor here is a particular kind of aesthetic solipsist who is unwilling to admit the possibility that others might possess aesthetic sensitivities which the solipsists themselves might lack. Love words. Solipsism.
Solipsism.
Didn't play. Solipsism. The philosophical idea that only one's mind is sure to exist. An epistemological position. Solipsism holds the knowledge of anything outside one's own mind as is unsure. The external world and other minds cannot be known and might not exist outside the mind. It's a weird way to be self-centered. Notice that some work has an easy surface which invites the appreciator in so that they might spend enough time to appreciate the work's more difficult parts. That is certainly a strategy. Oh, I guess that is like opening your movie with a fight scene. Or opening Chainsaw Man with a big zombie fight before getting into all the like abuse stuff. That's certainly a strategy, and one worth investigating elsewhere, but, by my definition, such things do not count as difficult works. Importantly, work from alien traditions typically appear to be uninitiated as difficult through and through. Oh, traditions typically appear to the uninitiated as difficult through and through. Yeah, that makes sense. Especially if there's stuff in the work that is your only reference point for the thing. Like, say, gay people. If you've never, to your knowledge, met a gay person before, and you've only seen gay people in media, and then you stumble into a work that is primarily queer instead of just with queer people in it, and you'll probably assume that the queer signifiers you saw in the small and usually very surface level representations are all that there is, and that you'll just see more of that, just blown up on a larger scale. And if you were to plop someone who didn't know queer people existed into a chair and make them watch, like, I don't know, the L Word for like a couple of episodes, they would eventually get it, but it would still be very alien and foreign to them and hard to wrap their head around. Possibly. Or maybe they'll have an awakening, and it'll be like, wow, I was born in the wrong decade. God, imagine wanting to be an adult queer when the L Word was airing. Couldn't be me. Sherry Irvin makes a somewhat similar point in her discussion of the harms of forgery. She suggests that we need to trust others to further our aesthetic understanding. Our two discussions concern different functions of trust, though I believe them to be compatible. My claim here concerns the identification of valuable works, and her concern how trust provides new data points from which we can construct new aesthetic understandings. Notice too, so an aesthetic solipsist is someone who only trusts their own interpretation of art. We have some solipsistic edges, I think. Notice too that we trust not only recommenders, but also artists, communities, and styles. I pay attention to Coltrane's later work because I love his earlier work and I trust him not to be wasting my time. I push through the seemingly incomprehensibility of Ornette Coleman's free jazz because, in part, I know that Coltrane admired Coleman's music. I trust curators that these wild splotches of abstract expressionist paint are worth poring over, and I trust certain communities as a whole, like the New York jazz scene and or the Atlanta trap scene, enough to be willing to spend at least a bit of attention on any artist who emerges from those scenes. That makes sense. Literally, if there's a musician who comes out who's a baby fur, we're more likely to listen to them regardless of genre. Though we're pretty open on genre. Like, I'm trying to think of something that would feel weird. Like, if there's like baby fur gospel. Actually, the weirdness of that would be enough to make me completely super curious about it, but I don't know if that would mean that I would like it. I guess if it would be like gospel in the way of like actually being like for God and not just like in the style, like a baby for a choir, chef's kiss, you know? Maybe we should. What if we started a baby for a choir? Well, that's another ADHD pet project, I guess. I trust curators that these wild splotches of abstract expressionist paint are worth poring over, and I trust certain communities as a whole, like New York jazz scene and or the Atlanta trap scene, enough to be willing to admit. Oh, I should probably also say that the reason that I trust furry artists, I guess I kind of meant furry musicians, but generally artists who are also furries, because I have an aesthetic trust in a certain weirdness of sensibility and a certain openness, not just the sense of like an infantilistic or a like kidcore vibe to their aesthetic or like what they do or the stories they tell, but literally the sensibilities that people who happen to be baby furs often have about life and about art and about sounds and color and fucking shapes and shit. Like, there's a lot more willingness to experiment. There's a lot more willingness to look stupid or cringe or whatever. It's not perfect, obviously, but like, it always makes me raise my eyebrow in a good way, you know? And when I say all this, I mean a baby fur artist who is not obviously a baby fur artist. So this doesn't technically include artists who draw baby fur art primarily. Although if there was someone who didn't draw primarily but then just popped one out one day and it was really, really good, and this is like, you've drawn diapers before, haven't you? Like, that'd be a different conversation. LOL, baby fur Sunday school. I can imagine someone having a Sunday school. Damn it, now Sunday school fan. This is why reading this sort of stuff on stream is so much more interesting than just reading by ourselves. So many thoughts, so many embarrassing moments. Damn. I want to be a choir boy. What can I say? Notice too that we trust not only recommenders but also artists, communities, and styles. Thinking in terms of trust will help us to chart the social practices involved with the art world. It can help bring to light how certain key pitfalls and traps of trust can recur in the world of art. Consider, for example, the potential for dangerous social feedback loops in our aesthetic search procedure. Often, we put in the effort to understand some new piece of difficult art because some trusted expert recommended it. But how do we come to trust that expert in the first place? That is really interesting because I do think that there is an amount of trust that is kind of like transmuted and carried over into another thing. Actually, the reverse happened. I think Jordan Peterson's about to lose his fucking psych license because he doesn't want to take classes, or he's being given the choice that he'll lose it if he doesn't take a class, like a sensitivity class, because of all the fucked up shit he says on social media. A lot of unscientific stuff, especially, and people have. And the reason why, like, the Psychiatric Board of Canada was like, yo, you as a licensed psychologist can't be acting a fool on social media like this, because people have a trust in you because you are a person who is like a licensed psychiatrist. And if you're saying stuff that is fucked up and not true, especially fucked up and not true that is relevant to your field, let alone just medical shit in general, it makes our whole profession look bad. But it's funny that his like education and practice were the way that he got an amount of like authenticity, or a mark of authenticity about what he was saying, even when the stuff he was saying had nothing to do with it. And don't get me wrong, sometimes that is fine. If you get into ContraPoints also has like a degree that is relevant to her field, actually more directly, really. And so it makes sense that someone would, like, maybe sociology wise have an aesthetic trust in what ContraPoints says. Now, if you take your inherent trust in ContraPoints because of that stuff and trust her recommendations of video games, I guess that there's not a direct line there, but I could see how you might be like, how you might fall down that slipstream, because trust is like water and it can radiate outward. Though we try to compartmentalize our trust. We literally compartmentalize our trust. We restrict how close certain headmates can get to certain people in our lives, so we always have someone on hand that can give a less biased in their favor perspective on those people. BPD is a hell of a drug. Oh my god, I finally found a diamond. What are you playing? Consider, for example, the potential for dangerous social feedback loops in our aesthetic search procedure. Often we put in the effort to understand some new piece of difficult art because some trusted expert recommended it. But how do we come to trust that expert in the first place? Typically, we pick experts by applying our own capacities of aesthetic judgment and our own background beliefs about what's worth paying attention to. We trust those experts whose tastes we recognize, in part through their consonance with and demonstrated capacity to extend our own tastes. But this threatens us with the possibility of a vicious cycle of trust, one whose pattern should be familiar with other domains. We are threatened here by the possibility of an aesthetic echo chamber. I might select experts based on my narrow taste and arrive at a set of experts who echo my own narrowness. Those experts might give me reason only to further develop my aesthetic skills within that thin band. Imagine, for instance, that I had been raised in a tradition of classical European music, and then encountered a distant, difficult form of music from a tradition in which I was unfamiliar. Say, a difficult work of hip-hop. It's funny, I do know that the writer of this is Asian, I'm pretty sure, and it's interesting that the, like, satellite music for a lot of people to like expand stuff is hip-hop, and hip-hop has become one of, if not the most popular genre in the world, like rap and hip-hop. But there's still a lot of people who have an aesthetic suspicion of it, mostly because of racism, but also there is a layer of perceived vulgarity in a lot of hip-hop, or the aesthetics of certain popular genres of hip-hop, that make people who even aren't necessarily racist a little bit wary. And I think that's interesting because obviously rap and hip-hop were among some of the music that was like normalized to us like while we were growing up, and the stuff that we had to stretch ourselves to be exposed to, the stuff that we couldn't rely on most of the folks around us to give us what we would assume it would be a fair aesthetic critique, let alone acceptance, was like, you know, ska, rock, new metal, metal, emo particularly, emo and eventually screamo totally had a huge effect on our life that honestly our parents probably hated. But yeah, it makes sense that an echo chamber can exist when you surround yourself with people who like the things that you like, in the same way of reversing that thing he said earlier about like the loneliness, like people have a desire that their secret lonely interest is something that is shared, right? So in interest of not feeling lonely, we surround ourselves with people who are like us and have aesthetic principles like us. And then we present something that's outside of the norm for that space, and you might not get a fair critique of it. And unfortunately, outside of that echo chamber, you might have a hard time getting people on board. Although honestly, there's so many cross sections to this, because it may be depending on what different communities focus on, even if the qualities are perceived or open to interpretation. Like, there are definitely some works that don't treat like women and queers well that women and queers love, for example. I mean, ask any queer horror film fan. We trust those experts whose tastes we recognize, in part through their consonance with and demonstrate capacity to extend our own tastes. But this threatens us with the possibility of a vicious cycle of trust, one whose pattern should be familiar from other domains. We are threatened by the possibility of an aesthetic echo chamber. I may select experts based on my own narrow taste and arrive at a set of experts who echo my own narrowness. Those experts might give me a reason only to further develop my aesthetic skills within that thin band. Alright, imagine for instance that I had been raised in a tradition of classical European music and then encountered a distinct difficult form of music from a tradition with which I was unfamiliar, say a difficult work of hip-hop. The aesthetic qualities of hip-hop require a completely different mode of listening and attention. The listener must develop a different set of sensitivities and skills. Here's the danger. I might not recognize the aesthetic quality of the hip-hop for myself. At the same time, I might also fail to trust the appropriate experts to guide me through hip-hop and help me to develop my hip-hop listening skills. The structure of my social network might leave me with no motivational traction on hip-hop. Oh yeah, that's fair. Actually, it makes me think of Warframe. Warframe, I think, is hard to get into cold by yourself. If you have friends that are into Warframe who are willing to hold your hand, it's a lot easier getting into it, because I think Warframe has a less than acceptable, for my standards, like early player experience. It's really helped if you have someone to kind of support you, someone who can babysit you on like stronger missions so you can get access to stuff sooner, who can tell you some of the ins and outs of the game that the game won't outright tell you and that you probably won't find out other than through trial and error after a long time, and which you might not get to the point of that familiarity because a lot of people, again, sometimes often fall off in the early game. So yeah, certain works require a buddy. Ah, you're playing Minecraft, the favorite game of autistics everywhere. Hope you're having fun. And I'm sorry about your COVID. My claim here is not that one should defer to the judgments of aesthetic experts, but that one should let the contrary judgments of experts give one reason to look again. For more on this topic, see Cross 2017 and Win 2017-2019. Also, just in case you were getting worried about the length, a lot of the pages in this document are actually the citations. Just so you know. Much depends, however, on the topology of my social network. If my network contains many individuals who care about both classical and hip-hop, I can avoid this aesthetic echo chamber. If, on the other hand, the worlds of classical music and hip-hop are segregated, I will tend to identify as experts whose those interests can also narrowly spend on classical music. Using my network of trusted experts will likely only reinforce my belief in the superiority of classical music. Over time, trust in my curated set of experts will direct me to spend more attention on classical music, which will further refine my appreciative skills for that music. This will create a comprehensibility gap between the familiar and the unfamiliar, accompanied by a coverage gap in my work of trust networks. When looking into unfamiliar music traditions, difficult music is indistinguishable from bad music. So, lacking the right trust network, I can't be presented with the right reasons to push me past my initial uncomprehending impressions of hip-hop. So if you want to get your friend into something and you know that it's not very inviting at first blush, offer to hold their hand through it. Make it a thing. Offer to hold hand will vary. This possibility is heightened by the comprehensibility gap. If the comprehensibility gap falls along the same lines as the cadence gaps between different social groups, such as the unjust credence gap between racial groups. Flickr 2007. I should probably read that. At least I get to hang out with you all. That's fair. What, would you not get to hang out with us right now otherwise? Oh, right. Friday Night Magic. Wow. Nerds who choose Fluff Bite over Friday Night Magic deserve a cookie. Why trust? There are two questions we might now ask. First, why is trust the right concept for thinking about our aesthetic choices? Why not think instead that we were simply predicting future aesthetic successes based on inference from past success? Perhaps we are simply inferring from the greatness of the last few card. Sorry, switching this to talking about such contemporary shit is just such a mindfuck for me. Perhaps we were simply inferring from the greatness of the last few Cardi B albums that the new album will also be fantastic. I mean, we do that sometimes. I mean, Konami is literally doing that right now. They're like, even though no one who worked on the original game is working on Silent Hill 2, even though it's from a team that has not passed a smell test for a lot of people in the genre in which Silent Hill exists, we're hoping that this brand and this name and it being Silent Hill 2 will make you give us money because of the aesthetic trust of Silent Hill 2 as a concept, but not the aesthetic trust of the people working on it, ironically. I mean, that's kind of what brands are about. Providing a framework of consistency of what to expect and what encapsulates and defines that brand. Ugh. I hate brands. I hate being a brand. Even if it is this weird... Actually, it's worse because it's hard to separate from yourself. And having to be like a content maker. Sometimes I really like to be an artist like the whole time. Instead of just some of the time. Second, even if we really are trusting each other in aesthetic life, should we be? Let's spend some time with the simpler descriptive question before we turn into the justificatory question. The justifactory question. Trust sits at the complex nexus of distinctively normative concepts. As Annette Bear says, when we trust, we make ourselves vulnerable. In Bear's account, to trust is to depend on the goodwill of another. Furthermore, trust comes packaged with some specific kinds of effective response. When a trusted person lets us down, we do not simply revise our expectations to match. We feel betrayed. We think the trusted person deserves condemnation. And sometimes we are hurt when another fails to trust us as much as we deserve. On a first pass, these affective phenomena seem to indicate that trust is pervasive throughout our life with fans. Is pervasive throughout our life with fans. No, there's a period there. On first pass, this affective... Why am I reading as pneumonia? On a first pass, these affective phenomena seem to indicate that trust is pervasive throughout our life with art. Fans feel betrayed by their beloved artists selling out. Museum goers would feel betrayed if the curator's selections turn to be paid product placements. And we feel betrayed by artistic failures of a certain register. For example, music critic John Sargent writes of Wes Ye, Kanye used to justify such flights of imagination. His albums obsessively dissected, ranked, and considered in grand pantheon of human artistic achievement. Ye makes it's spending that sort of mental energy seem incredibly silly. Let's never speak of it again. Silent Hill and Konami, not Toonami, dummy. Konami, owns the Silent Hill brand, but the people who made Silent Hill left a long, long time ago. And since then, they've actually... the higher-ups at Konami have kind of tanked Silent Hill's street cred because, well, they gave games to developers that it may have not been right for, and without enough time, I feel. chase trends and also did soulless cash grabs, making a lot of money on Silent Hill, and they did this to Metal Gear Solid as well, pachinko machines, you know, slot machines. And so a lot of people don't have a lot of trust with Konami, and they're trying to win it back. The reception of Silent Hill 2 Remake determines what Konami's public aesthetic trust is gonna be moving forward. And they'll have another chance to do that when the remake for Metal Gear Solid 3 drops, because they're doing that to the Metal Gear Solid franchise too. Sucks. You must form a brand, Cocoon. Nah, I'm good. Well, Pulselessy. This account of vicious cycles of trust draws from an analysis of expert trust loops in aesthetic and moral testimony, and my discussion of echo chambers as trust manipulators. See Nguyen 2020-2018 for an in-depth analysis. My own thinking about echo chambers actually began not with political cases, but with aesthetic cases like these. For an account of acquiring trust from experts by calibrating via agreement, see Film Culture's account of scientific trust. The notion of convergence gap draws from Stanford Goldberg. Oh, discussion of coverage reliability. That seems really interesting. That actually sounds like a great read, considering we're in the age of like a lot of disinformation, and even scientists going, yo, we need to become carbon neutral as soon as fucking possible. Everyone's being like, well, I shouldn't say everyone. Everyone in power is being like, oh, we got time. We got time. People in the fucking global south, we're dying, please. Shit, and in America. Hawaii is still trying to fucking recuperate. I don't know if anyone saw the latest Last Week Tonight, but they talked about that. Oh yeah, MGS3 is a very good game, and it does not show its age. Importantly, we trust each other over all sorts of things. Trust is not just about accepting others as testimony. We trust each other not only to speak truly, but to act well. We trust people to fix our cars, to look after our investments, to stop us from doing something stupid after we've had too much to drink. So too, many of our aesthetic relationships involve not just trusting one another's aesthetic testimony, but trusting one another's aesthetic actions. We trust artists to create sincerely. We trust curators to display worthwhile art. We trust curators to direct our time and energy down worthwhile paths. We trust teachers with the development of our aesthetic sensibilities. It will help here to make use of the recent philosophical literature on trust. Trust in the standard accounting is a three-part relationship. There is a truster, a trusted, and an entrusted act or domain. I trust my banker with my money. I trust a teacher with my child's education and life, Bear suggests. However, that colloquial use of the term trust indicates two possible sorts of attitudes. The first is one of simple reliance. Reliance is an attitude we can take towards ordinary objects. We rely on the shelf to hold up our books. We rely on our car to run. Reliance is an attitude of simple expectation. We rely on something to do some act based on our mere prediction that it will do so. Reliance by itself isn't normatively loaded. I don't blame the shelf when it fails to hold up my book, nor do I feel betrayed when it collapses. I may feel disappointed, but the shelf's failure does not evoke from me the more accusatory attitude of betrayal. But there is a different form of trust, a richer, more normatively loaded trust, which we sometimes hold towards persons and person-like institutions. And person-like institutions, period. Elsewhere, I've objected to the anthropocentric, like anthropological-centric focus of the trusted discussion, an attempt to offer an expanded theory of trust which can make sense of trust and betrayal towards objects and press. Since I know this to be a highly controversial view, I have avoided relying on the expanded theory of trust in this paper and sought to make my discussion here compatible with more widely accepted accountings of trust. Those convinced by that expanded theory should treat the presented paper as an analysis of a particular subtype of trust, that is, of interpersonal commitment-based trust. Okay. It is interesting when there are jobs where we actually, our expectation is that someone will not actually fulfill the role, or rather that the role is fraught with disappointment, say a politician, or especially a president. You know, it's almost like humans are social animals or something. Nah, couldn't be. It is this richer form of trust that gives rise to a wider variety of complex, effective responses. It puts us in the world of praise, blame, and betrayal. Though I have relied on the shelf, I don't blame it for failing. However, if IKEA had implied that the shelf could bear such a load, I might reasonably blame IKEA. This reveals that where I had only relied on the bookshelf, I had richly trusted IKEA. I'm gonna be real. IKEA's known for being cheap. Why'd you trust IKEA though? I trust IKEA to be cute. I trust IKEA to have blush. I do not trust IKEA to have furniture that's gonna last me a long time, or under particularly strenuous circumstances. I expect IKEA to give me Steve Buscemi, you know? Not Samuel L. Jackson. Don't read into that. Following the standard usage in the recent academic literature and departing from looser colloquial usage. Following the standard usage in the recent academic literature, I will use reliance to refer to the thinner, merely predictive attitude, and trust to refer to the richer, more normatively loaded attitude. On most accounts, trust is analyzed as reliance plus something extra. When I trust you, I rely on you. But I also hold some further normative attitude towards that reliance. We can then sort between cases of trust and reliance by looking at the negative reactions invoked by their failure. As Catherine Hawley puts it, when something fails to live up to our mere reliance, we're only disappointed. When somebody fails to live up to our trust, we feel betrayed. I think that makes sense. I'm thinking about it with people though, because like sometimes it hurts more when someone's not disappointed, because it hits, and I now realize this language I want to use to describe this phenomenon. Sometimes you disappoint someone, and the lack of betrayal is actually the thing that stings. Because maybe you worked really hard to try to avoid failing, but you failed anyway, or failed to meet expectations. And then you're met with someone who kinda seeing you like a shelf that just happened to fail, you know? And that can be kinda disheartening. Not kinda disheartening, it can be earth-shattering, especially if you really value the person. And of course, like, I'm thinking of more interpersonal examples, even though this whole thing is about art and sincerity and stuff, but at the same time, where we live right now, like this time in the world, is where I feel like it's both overwhelming and also weirdly subtle, the way that art influences morality and perceived morality. You know? I think because of so many things and so many so many ways for the world to be fucked up. All because of capital, well, not all because of capitalism. Don't get me wrong, feudalism is to blame as well. But there are a lot of interconnected forces that make it hard to operate in society without feeling some sense, if you're well informed, about harm that you are intrinsically benefiting from. Actually, now I think about it on those terms, I kind of have more. I hate to say I have more empathy for white people now, but I do. And I only say that I'm disappointed in having more empathy because I already had plenty, or our system did at least. And I say it because, you know, there is the thing of like, oh, a white person not like owning up to like benefiting from being white in a white supremacist culture, right? And a lot of times it's framed within the context of, well, slavery happened and white people did slavery, so chances are your like forebears like enslaved mine, or would have been okay with it. And, you know, there's like a guilt by association thing. But obviously, leaving that at the door and talking about like how systemic injustice works now, there's easy to see that there is not necessarily a guilt that is projected, but a sense of inclusion, a sense of you are safe and I am not, and the reason that you are safe is in part because of this thing. And asking people to recognize their privilege often has a person respond very defensively to it. And when it's a white person, generally it's, you know, frowned upon, as I'm not really a person to disagree with it being frowned upon, of being, if someone's like, oh yeah, like white, if someone were to tell me that white privilege doesn't exist, I wouldn't trust a lot of their moral, especially how it interacts with moral intellectual like thinking, right? But I won't necessarily think they're an evil person. I won't want to hang out with them necessarily, but I won't necessarily think they're an evil person. And in me having benevolence to the ignorant, I do feel a certain amount of empathy in the sense of having privilege that you never asked for, and there being, to some degree, an implication of you needing to fight unendingly for other people to have an easier life, because you have an easier life, but then you're like, well, that's just by comparison, my life is actually hard. And, you know, some people don't care. And, you know, when you've been deprived of a lot throughout your life and been made to feel in danger when you just sheerly exist, like, it makes sense there's a lot of animosity. And of course, like, yeah, I get it, as a person of color. So we have empathy for people who have animosity towards, you know, white people, but thinking about, you know, the fact that we live in the global north, we live in an industrialized nation, that we are part of the, you know, was it like 70% of people on the planet with regular access to internet, let alone high-speed internet. Like, there are things that make us better off than other people who are alive. And of course, that sort of thing, especially in the society we live in right now, is something that is weaponized against people to make people feel guilty and to control them and to tell them they shouldn't complain about stuff because there's always someone worse off. And I hate to fall into that trap. But recognizing living in a place like America, and even though, like, you know, everywhere wants to feed me poison and shit, it's really tasty poison. Tastiest poison in the world America has. I don't know what to say. But I do feel like I have a little bit more sympathy for people who have a certain amount of privilege and don't know what to do with it because they feel from their own perspective their life has been kind of shit. Doesn't mean that, you know, completely off the hook, because like, oh man, that sucks, oh, you must take so much psychic damage from that. But like, I do think it's worth it to recognize that, because in a diminished way, we felt that we have been projected upon to have a better life than we actually do based on certain key things about us that we have that certain other people don't. Shit, even colorism, because we're a light-skinned Negro, we are, we don't suffer as much as folks with a darker complexion to us, and we have literally, just by our presence, seemed to deter stuff like cops against our friends who are like blacker than us, like complexion wise, like none of this like internal blackness shit, right? But it made us very aware on like the way that certain people in our community and certain people we cared about, how they were living and how they were subject to society was not in the same way we were subject to society, even though we too still had to deal with racism and still do. So in that way, we do have some amount of compassion for like quote unquote relative privilege. Shit, I don't even know how I got into this conversation. Meatballs. Meatballs? Meatballs. You don't think meatballs have aged today? I don't know what the and meatballs are supposed to go in for. Anyway. We each know what other depends on to take care of our morning... Wait, no. Notice that our attitudes towards people who can also vary between trust and reliance. If I regularly see you exiting the building at exactly 5 p.m. and come to use your departure to time my own exit, I am merely relying on you. I ought not feel betrayed if you suddenly change your schedule. If, on the other hand, you have promised to knock on my door by 5 p.m. to remind me to get going, then I can blame you if you don't. Trust can arise implicitly through our taking on parts and roles in some cooperative behavior. Suppose we have built a life together and evolved a system where one of us makes breakfast while the other makes coffee and walks the dog. We each know that the other depends on us to take care of our morning share. Even though we have never exchanged promises or signed contracts, we surely have come to trust each other. What might ground that reaction of betrayal? In an early and influential account, Bear suggests to trust somebody is to rely on their goodwill towards you, and betrayal then amounts to discovering that they lack goodwill. As appealing as it might seem, however, the goodwill account emits significant counterexamples. Onara O'Neill points out that I may trust a doctor without thinking they bear me any goodwill. They may be irritated by me and have no particular positive feelings towards me, but they have taken an oath to care for their patients, and I depend on them to fulfill their oath. Professionalism, then, sometimes can serve as an adequate substitute for goodwill, as grounds for trust. And, as Hawley says, sometimes, we don't want to enter into relationships of trust, even when it is apparent that goodwill is involved. Sometimes we don't want to enter into relationships of trust, even when it is apparent that goodwill is involved. I may be willing to cook dinner most nights for my spouse, and I may do it out of goodwill, but I don't want my spouse to come to trust me to cook dinner. I may wish to preserve for myself the right to withdraw from that practice while incurring blame. That's actually what we have with Snack with the morning coffee. I don't know how they personally feel about the fact that we make coffee for them every morning, but I feel as though in the context of our interactions with it, she relies on us to make coffee, but it doesn't necessarily extend into trust. but we do it more often than not. And I think there's a certain amount of flexibility that's very important, because us not being blamed if we don't is instrumental in us having enough emotional fortification to continue doing it on a regular basis. Because if we start to live in fear of messing up too much, then the stress will make us want to start being avoidant, as you do. It's good to learn things about yourself, everybody. That way you can, you know, manage things and compromise and know your limits and be like, hey, I don't think I can do that. Can we switch roles? Or maybe I could do this with help. This thing specifically is part of the problem for me. Do you think you could substitute that part? I keep making what we're reading about so much that it's not about. But I can't separate the feeling of, like, aesthetic and moral trust with, like, interpersonal relationships, obviously. And I'm really more interested in my personal life, more interested in how I trust people that I interact with than people that I may interact with, if that makes sense. Sorry, IKEA is also known for meatballs. Well, we're no longer following. Oh, are you? No longer following me? Is that what you mean? Did I lose aesthetic trust? Or moral trust? The world may never know. Brain overloaded. Oh, you're no longer following what we're saying. I get it. Sorry. My ISD triggered and I need to find a way to deflect the fear of, oh shit. I guess I am spitting a lot of information here. Much more than this text was even providing me, to be fair. Let's see, I'm on page 11. It ends at page 31, actually. Yeah, no, I'll be here for hours. I guess I will break this up and do more next week. I'm not done at this second, but I'm glad I checked. Because I was just going to keep going and going and going and going. Yeah, I'm not going to go all the way to there. So I guess I'm just going to go up to aesthetic commitments. And then we'll continue next week. Especially because it's been going on for almost 2 hours with this stuff. What might ground action and betrayal allow their goodwill towards you, professionalism, various without incurring blame. Of the various candidate theories of trust in the running, I found Holly's positive account the most convincing. It is crucial, says Holly, that there are 3 distinct attitudes of trust we can take towards others. We can actively trust them or actively distrust them, but we can also simply refrain from trust or distrust. I trust my partner to care for me. I distrust the scumbag politician's promises. But my attitude towards my next door neighbor's cooking is neither active trust nor active distrust. It is non-trust. It's not the case that I trust them to bring me food, but it's not the case that I distrust them either. Our relationship has not yet entered into the domain of trust and distrust. Most standing theories of trust cannot account for this tripartite distinction. For example, traditional goodwill accounts of trust that treats trust as simply a belief in another's goodwill can capture only two states, trust or distrust. To solve this problem, Holly offers the following account. To trust someone to do something is to believe that she has a commitment to doing it and to rely upon her to meet that commitment. To distrust someone is to do something is to believe that she has a commitment to doing it and yet not rely upon her to meet that commitment. The commitment account neatly explains the difference between trust, distrust, and non-trust. When I trust somebody, I take them to have made a commitment and I rely on it. When I distrust somebody, I take them to have made a commitment yet expect them to fail to meet the commitment. And when I have an attitude of non-trust, I do not believe that they have made a commitment at all. This account also explains how one can trust wrongly. Trusting somebody involves believing that they have made a commitment. If I trust you to do something, and you've actually made no commitment to do it, then it would be wrong of me to hold you to the unmade commitment or to reproach you for failing to fulfill it. You would think, but unfortunately, the world is more complicated than that. And when we're talking about art and audiences, oh boy, you don't have to say anything specific about what you promise to your audience for them to feel betrayed. I'm sure. Gonna take a break, we guess. We'll be back soon. Hope you are less overwhelmed. Gosh. I won't rehearse the reasons for thinking Holly's view is superior to the available candidates. Her own defense is, to my mind, quite satisfying. As Holly says, in order for this to be a plausible account, we must hold to a very loose notion of commitment. Commitment, she says, can be explicit or implicit. They can be weighty or trivial. They can come through external circumstances or by taking up various social roles. Commitments can arise without any explicit promising. When we enter into practices of mutual dependencies and expectations, note that Holly's account builds in skillfulness too. I don't simply trust you to try. Trusting involves relying on your actual ability to meet your commitments. I don't know if I feel like I took splash damage because my brain hates me. And I was like, of course I don't trust you. I can't trust someone who I don't expect to be able to be functional. That can be an insult, or it can be something of like support, like, hey, I don't trust you to wash the dishes. I rely on you to wash the dishes when you can, but I can't really trust you to wash the dishes when you've already said that you have trouble washing dishes. I took an example from our own life. So next week we will start at aesthetic commitments. Did I really just read 12? Yeah, I just read 12 pages. So maybe next week I'll finish, maybe I won't. Wow. Trust. Alright, let's get some gaming in. Well, actually, I want to take a short break. Don't worry, it's not gonna be like an hour long break. That's for later. 15 minutes at most. Also, I'm sweating like a fucking turkey in heat. Sorry, I didn't mean to give you the visual. So that's like 15 minutes. Alright.
No matter how much I bleed, no matter how many tears dry up, No matter how much our hearts drift away, no matter how much time passes, no matter how hard it may be to connect with you, no matter how sad I am, I wanted to be that man's dream.
Fluff Fights and streams are intended for mature audiences. Be prepared for disturbing or dark games and themes, difficult discussions, and things that may be outside of your comfort zone. Please respect boundaries and treat others with respect. If you're not 18 plus, please leave.
God. No need to be a grouch about it.
Oh, sorry. Messed you there. I'm gonna say this one time only. I really love diapers, like, goddamn. Cause right before I got back, I looked in the Discord and I saw someone post like Dreamy Art's last fucking thing that they posted, their last art, and it's like a little GIF or whatever, and like I had passive osmosis about diaper stuff and ADBL stuff because of my proximity to my headmates, but I think I have my own like of it now, and goddamn. I wish we could draw better already. I'm drawing myself so fucking much. Just watch out. When we learn how to draw, I'm gonna be like hot. Sort of. Depending on your taste. And know if anyone has aesthetic trust. Well, thank you and welcome back to the Fluff Entertainment System. I'm Duskbite. I use he and they pronouns. Welcome to the wonderful world of pretending that I'm 13 or something. We have a game today that I feel very attached to for stupid, dumbass reasons. Because it has my names in it. Crystal Story Dawn of Dusk is a action RPG, turn-based RPG, action dungeon crawler hybrid thing. It has a lot of different engagements. Not dissimilar to what was that game that we put a spotlight on like early last year. There was a game that it was like when you got into battles, it was a turn-based RPG, but when you actually like did attacks, you actually had like little mini game sections of fights, and like side-scrolling fights. And Crystal Story Dawn of Dusk like changes perspective and stuff a lot, and it's a pixel art game, and it's like an SNES aesthetic. It's a game that definitely has like a CRT filter or whatever, like for sure. You will not miss the Oh yeah, I should change the thingy. And what did I say? CRT filter. The fucking stream went down. I'm hoping it comes back up in a second. That would be nice. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. Yeah, you're back. I disconnected for like a second, I think. But yeah, what did I tell you? CRT filter. Oh, F4. Oh wait, shit. The like words came on screen. I'm supposed to read them. I still can't full screen it. It's okay. It's okay. Don't be picky. Long ago, in the land of Falsung, something crystal that resided in a fortress in the sky. There was a crystal that resided in a fortress in the sky. The crystal was capable of granting wishes to any who touched it. Many fought to claim it. One fateful day, a shadowy beast emerged from the fortress, destroying everything in its wake. The king of Felsung sent his strongest knight on a mission to put down the beast as swift as possible. With the crystal's power, the beast was sealed away and the crystal shattered into 4 shards. Upon their return, the knight assigned each shard to a guardian who would protect it for generations. Many years have passed. The events surrounding the crystal and its guardians have faded into obscurity. But the beast never forgot. It doesn't make a game better when it has effects like that. But stuff like that and Mega Man doing a charge shot when you start like Mega Man X or whatever, like those flourishes are nice. Also, you never put music in the fucking options menu. Mana Beast Beats. What's up? How's it going? How are you today? Hey, the options don't have a volume setting, so there we go. So welcome to Crystal Story Dawn of Dusk. This is an episodic game I forgot to mention, so this isn't technically all the game there is that I'm gonna play today, if I even play all of it that exists right now today. The dev is working on like the next chapter. It's not one of those things where you have to buy each individual episode, and like the first episode was free. The base game does cost money and all the updates are free, so as far as I know they're free, will be free. We've been following this game for its development for a couple of years. Like I said, I got into it. I had an attraction towards it for really juvenile reasons. It's like, oh shit, my name is Dusk, my name is Dawn, and this has both of those things in it. And also, as a plural system, we are just generally interested in stories that have to do with duality of self, and this is like, you know, dark side, light side. Also, we're a dream nerd, so there's also some dream shit going on here. Like, there's a lot of stuff that makes this an immediate head turn. I'm pretty sure it has some Undertale influences here and there, and it's nice. And it's interesting because it is rare that I have to fight amongst my headmates, or I should say push amongst my headmates for a game, because many of my headmates would feel really at home with this game. And it's especially one of those things with a lot of my system headmates leaning more film, and me being one of the only like very mask. It is really funny because a lot of times I'll see like stuff about like queer guys, or I'll see a yaoi, or you know, what have you. Same thing with like Nier, not Automata, the other one, the one where you play a boy. Like, there's a type of guy that I like to play for sure. There's a lot of games with guys, and especially trans guys, that I like, or a lot of art. And so when I'm pushing my headmates out of the way, move bitch, I'm gay, to play as a girl, they always look at me and snicker. But also, have very close feelings to characters that I can read as trans sometimes and sometimes not. Like the Warframe Nova, which is like canonically femme. I play as Mask. What the character the like main femme protagonist from Chrono Trigger, identify with her very strongly. Have a trans Mask headcanon. But even if I didn't, it doesn't mean I can't like or identify with girls. But obviously, because a lot of the circles we move in, because of a lot of our headmates end up being trans femme circles, my headmates do sometimes give me a hard time. Especially because this is definitely a game that we definitely would have played even if I didn't have interest in it. And there's a nice title screen to be having this conversation with. It feels very right. This like bonfire. Like I actually wish it was night outside right now so I could fully feel the mood. Also, now that I think about it, and being like a middle or a little, I actually have a lot of interest in stuff like this that tries to recreate a nostalgia. Like, it's something new built out of pieces that reflect the nostalgia that influenced it, and using the ways that it, and using those like limitations. That's what a lot of like retro art does. And I didn't, when I existed for a long time in our system, but I was not really allowed to live all the childhood that I could have. So I definitely feel in a very real way that I completely had just like spots of childhood and like it didn't really exist. So being able to tap into something like this and like really vibe with it is really important to me, and it's something that a lot of us do, where it's like we like to pretend that like we're a kid just coming from Blockbuster and just putting a cart to the fucking SNES or whatever, blow off the dust. I wish Nintendo had did like a Sega Channel thing. They totally could have did some internet stuff with the SNES. I think they did do some internet stuff with the N64, but I can't remember. Never had one. Sorry for getting all sentimental. I'm good, you? Where do you usually stream? Here or on Twitch? I usually stream on both, as I'm doing both right now. I guess we mainly focus on Twitch, but we've been branching out more. One early autumn morning at the break of dawn, an ominous shadow began to loom over the small town of Australia. The same day, word began to spread that a young boy had suddenly disappeared. The townsfolk searched for him tirelessly, but not a single trace of him was ever found. As dusk began to set and the shadow faded away, the once lively town fell silent. 4 years passed since that horrendous incident. Crystal Story. Dawn of Dusk. My headmates are allowed to bully me. As long as they understand, and I have no problem pushing back. But thank you. Huh? Oh. Wait, no, I am moving. This is not... Gosh. Why is there X on that? It's still me. Okay. Oh, this definitely has a, I just realized a mother vibe, which immediately automatically makes me think of Amori. Wait, what the fuck is the... This is concerning. Mina. The dust side. Find me in the dust side. Blight Bog. They did online stuff, but only in Japan. That fucking blows. Pfft, we've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Hope there's nothing dangerous in the fucking water. That kid is straight up Mother 3 Claws. Use ETS to use elemental arts. Yo! Ow! Oh wait, did I not get hurt? Alright, I found iron ore? Mina got an elixir flask. This item restores and doubles Mina's HP when full. As Mina takes damage, the flask will deplete. You can refill it by visiting a crystal nexus or saving your progress. If it's not completely empty, you can replenish it with potions. Welcome home back from therapy. How was therapy? Mina got an iron lance. Make sure it's equipped with RB and attack with RT. Holding RT for a while will perform a lance throw. Lances are consumable weapons, so keep an eye on their stamina meter. Fuck off. Damn. Fucking bitch. Oh, I didn't even kill the other one. Okay, at least my fire is unlimited. I'm just glad you're alright, since I care about you as a friend. Oh, thank you. It's fine. I mean, if I'm talking about internal fucking headmate shit, like, it's never... I would say it's never in the same way that it would be if we were talking about, like, other people, I guess. Oh, I can kill it. I'm not sure what to do there. Always love the anime slash sound effect. This is a stab sound effect, thank you very much. This sure does make me feel weak. I feel like I'm shanking someone in an alley. Mina got a potion. This fizzy drink smells just like cherry cola. Ow. Try stunning enemies with elemental art, then strike. Oh, okay. I don't really have anyone to stab. Oh, okay, so yeah, the spears reappear when they're off screen. That's good to know. I like there seems to be an actual combat system more akin to Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past and not menu-driven battles. Oh, it has those too, don't worry. I actually love menu-driven battles. Oh, I'm at Matt's Lances. Oh my god. Okay. I was gonna complain, but actually, never mind. Oh. Fuck. Oh, I guess I found another way. Chrono Trigger was alright, but Secret of Mana was more my cup of tea. I love Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is so good to me. I have not played Secret of Mana yet, but I do plan to. Although I will probably play, what was it? I'll probably end up playing... What was the other game? I'll probably play Chrono Cross before I play Secret of Mana. But Fear and Hunger actually has that in common with this game. That like you can fight enemies in the overworld and in menu-based battles. Oh, you have one eye, just like me. Emerges from the shadows, showing its razor-sharp fangs. Hits Mina with a piercing glare. She's petrified with fear and unable to move. What? Mina was hurt pretty badly and blacked out. Well, I guess I'm dead. Yeah, I know Chrono Cross has a little to do with Chrono Trigger. Just like Final Fantasy VIII does have nothing to do with Final Fantasy VII. Well, actually, Chrono Cross is way closer to is way more related to Chrono Trigger than Final Fantasy VII is to Final Fantasy VIII. But we do remember someone telling us that Final Fantasy VIII had nothing to do with Final Fantasy VII when we expressed interest in Final Fantasy VIII after playing 7. Was that person's someone around us first response? So it's something we do think about sometimes. And I'm thinking the battle system's pretty different too, right? Well met. Yes, indeed. I knew you'd be here eventually, young knight. You are in the Edge, a place where time simply doesn't exist, where tides carry drifting souls to the shore of the fallen. Do not fear death. Embrace it. Learn from it. And remember, I will always be watching over you. I will help you grow stronger. I will always be with you. Now then, let's send you back to the world of the living. Thank you, Sir Knight, who is probably my dad. Oh my god, they actually put this fucking track in here. Idyllic. I have not played Sweet Home, but it is on our 2 playlist. Especially because we're fans of like more straightforward horror games. Well, particularly survival horror games. I don't know if you've ever played Resident Evil, but if you mention Sweet Home, then I'm sure you're aware of its effect and, you know, it influencing Resident Evil.
Mina, honey, are you still asleep? Come to the kitchen, sleepyhead. Don't sleep your birthday away.
What? Is our mom a spider? Thankfully, it was just a bad dream. Of course, Mina has a Switch. This is Mina's gaming PC! Her and Claude built it together a couple of years ago for her birthday. It still plays games fairly well, but its graphics card is showing its age. She rarely turns it off, since she needs help reaching the power button. Oh. I don't often turn off my computer either, but for kind of different reasons. Mia's dust-covered academy handbook sits on the top of the dresser. It's been a while since she graduated. This TV is huge, but it's pretty dated these days. Mina got it a long time ago as a present for making honors at the academy. A weathered pair of neon Toy-Cons sit on the table. The right one's analog stick has been sticking to the left lately. No drift even in a video game? A weathered pair of neon Toy-Cons sit on the table. The right one's analog stick has been sticking lately. Did I just save? It is unclear. It's a beautiful day out, wouldn't you say? Who said that? Oh. Yo, look, it's Mother 4 protagonist? Mother 3? Mother 4 protagonist. Lucas? Lucas. I see a lot of images of Lucas on Pixiv. Lucas is a very popular character. Mina lifts Chumba off the floor. A 10 mint coin was stuck in him. Oh my god. It's like a pet. It was Johnny's room. No one set foot here since he went missing. Mia's mom wants to keep it just like he left it, so let's leave it be. Oh! That's the brother. This photo board is filled with neatly arranged photos of Mina's brother Johnny. As Mina looks at the board, her heart is filled with warmth. She reminisces over the happier times when the whole family was still together. It literally looks like a fucking, like, what was it, like Do It For Her? Like the meme? Chumba can usually park himself here to charge up. Usually.
Oh, there you are. I was about to check on you. I made something special for you. Come with me to the kitchen.
That looks so good. Kind of reminds me of the end of Celeste. Just as Mina was finishing up her last few bites of breakfast, she realized that today marks her 4th birthday in a row without her brother Johnny. In a couple of weeks, he wouldn't even be here to celebrate his own. As Mia glanced over at the tucked chair at the end of the table, her eyes started watering up. Her mother noticed her tears and hugged her so tight that it nearly took her breath away. In her embrace, Mina quietly wished. For my birthday wish this year, would it be too selfish of me to ask for a happy ending to all this? Not just for me, but for my mom too? Every year since Johnny went missing, she's wished for his safe return. But to this day, her wish remains unfulfilled. But maybe, just maybe, this year will be different. Mina, I want you to promise me something. I want you to promise me that no matter what happens, you'll never leave your mother all alone, okay? I wonder if that's Dad. Oh, that must be Claude. He's here early. Hey, Auntie. And happy birthday to you, Shortcake. Good morning, Claude. How was work? Not too bad, I guess. Uncle Sid let me leave early so I can pick Mina up. Am I still taking her to Matterhorn to go pick apples? Yep, that's still the plan. Auntie, Matterhorn is pretty far. Do you think I could get some gas money? Claude, didn't you just get paid the other day? I mean, yeah, I did, but inflation, economy, Kamala Harris. Did you blow your paycheck on computer crap again? No? Well, not all of it, per se. Auntie, have you seen how expensive stuff has gotten lately? I'm trying my best to adjust, but it's killing me. I'm barely earning enough to stay afloat working for Uncle Sid as it is. Claude, drop it. The bottom line is that you need to get better about managing your money. Your aunt's been through some rough patches too, but part of being an adult is taking care of your responsibilities. You're not a kid anymore. Anyway, let's not get into this around Mina, especially not on her birthday. I know. I'm sorry. Listen, I'll chip in for gas plus a little extra. And maybe I'll also have a chat with Sid about giving you a raise. But from here on, I just want you and Mina to go out and have fun today. No more dwelling on it. I'll help you out this time, got it? Yes, ma'am. Good. Mina, sweetie, let's get you packed up. Claude, I've got some stuff inside and I'll need you to carry it to your car. I would love to actually play the mundane carrying the shit to the car. It could be used as a point to learn more about Mina depending on what she's packing. I mean, I'm assuming this is just a day trip, not an overnight sort of thing. But it might be interesting to think about what she'll prioritize. Like for us, when we're going to an apple orchard, we probably wear overalls. We actually just got a pair of overalls like relatively recently that will be perfect for it. And I mean overalls, not short-alls. Not saying there's anything wrong with short-alls. We will bring a sketchbook, but not everyone will want to draw at an apple orchard. They might want to, I don't know, eat apples. I only blow my paychecks on card games. Yes, you're actually no, I think computer upgrades is actually better. But it's equally nerdy.
Good job. Lucas and Claus are twins, so I said the brother looked like Claus because the color filter in the dream. Ah, I see. That was probably purposeful too. By the time they were finished, Claude's car was nearly packed to the brim with camping gear. Oh. Auntie, are you sure we need all this stuff? It's only gonna be a day trip. I don't think my car's gonna be able to move. You can never be too prepared. I guess you're right. You two have fun and try to pick as many apples in the woods as you can. The more you gather, the tastier tonight's cake will be. And Mina, don't get yourself into any trouble. Mind your manners and listen to Claude. Take care, you two. Yeah, no, there's just like fucking anthros in this world. Mom is such a fucking MILF. It's like Muffet and Toriel did the fusion dance. After a long drive, the two finally made it to the Matterhorn woods. Sorry for lusting after my mom, everybody. Ignore me. Dang, that was a long drive. But we're finally here. Let's set up camp so you can go out and do some adventuring, Shortcake. Crap. I don't carry a lighter anymore since Mittens made me quit smoking. Oh wait, I forgot that you are a lighter. Try to tune in with that crystal nexus near me and then try lighting our campfire. Oh, so the magic is something she can actually do? Oh, that's sick. And as you know, fire powers are very protagonist-coded. Mina re-energized at the Crystal Nexus and can use arts again. Pressing X will perform a fireball. Fireballs can stun certain enemies and burn down obstacles. See, now that I know that the fire throwing is actually something that happens in reality, it makes the dream world not seem so weird. Ah, there we go. We're all set now. So, listen up. I had a pretty late date with Mittens yesterday, and even though I left early, I had a pretty rough shift working for Uncle Sid. So, think you did the exploring on your own? I think I'd like to rest up over here. I remember Auntie saying to collect 20 or so apples for the cake tonight, so if we were to find 20 apples, I think we should be good. All the apples we'll need should be near camp, so don't go snooping in the northern woods. Got it? Nice. Well, I think I'm gonna chill here and take a cat nap or two. Now this is some fucking pseudo nostalgia. Like that character feels like a person who would have been like an older cousin or relative or whatever. Like it's, I mean, he's the cool cousin, you know? Ah! Shit. Iron ore. Apples. These look like the fucking apples from Aladdin on the Sega. Yeah, so my hair is actually on fire. I'm a firebender, obviously. Matterhorn apples. Matterhorn apples are delicious in a variety of dishes. But they shouldn't be eaten raw. Its skin is coated with a thin layer of poison, but it's neutralized when cooked. Take care, this poison can give even the toughest of monsters a bellyache. Oh, that's good to know. Wait, what was that? Hold B to... This is a Dark Souls reference! Night Signets? This is Dark Souls reference. I love that, I love that. Press Y while moving to jump over hazards and holes. But trust your eyes, you might not always want to jump over something. That was self-explanatory. Alright, jumping. Lazy Town premiered on Nickelodeon 20 years ago today. Rest in peace to the best villain ever. Claus said we shouldn't go into the Northern Woods. Let's head back. Oh. It seems incredibly, and I say incredibly, fucked up to burn down a tree for the apples. But I need 20. So I guess I'm just a monster? Sorry, I am a child. You cannot judge. Actually, you can. You absolutely can. Especially when lighting stuff on fire. But especially when lighting stuff on fire is this easy, maybe you actually can't. That'll probably be the last one I grab. Too bad I can't go that way. Walk off special ledges to jump down. Ah, I found a special ledge. As a disabled person, special just doesn't hit the same way to me. Oh god. Oh, wait, what? And monsters exist too? Well, I mean, of course they exist too. Like, I keep forgetting about the prologue or whatever. Because it just seems like such an ordinary world when I'm at the house. Cute. And don't worry, I'm not just lusting after Mom Spider. I'm also lusting over Cat Cousin. Good character design. I am a furry. I'm supposed to get more apples, though. I don't have explosives or anything. Do little and middle spaces cross over with anarchists ever? I mean, I would assume. I mean, a lot of littles are mentally ill, neurodivergent, or queer. There's plenty of marginalized littles and middles, so I would assume that there would be plenty of reason for those spaces to overlap. Being littles at the local anarchist function is not out of the question. I mean, I met furries at a local anarchist thing. They were chill with baby furs, so. It's certainly not unheard of. Okay, I need to keep falling. I can't move. So I need to fall in a different place. It's probably good that I couldn't fall directly in there, though, because I don't have a way to kill those thingies. I think my fire can only stun. Being a pyromancer is legendary. It's definitely underground. I just have to go to the right underground. Walk off of special ledges to jump down. Well, that's one way out. I literally need one more fucking apple. Where the fuck? We collected 19 apples so far. Come see me when you find 20. One more to go. Damn, you got all 20. It's almost noon too. I think I'm gonna make us some lunch. I'll be busy for a bit, but I shouldn't take too long. Go play in the woods for a bit while I cook us up something. I guess time to play in the woods. Wait, did you see something? The Omen? Oh, so Antichrist. Antichrist. Not anarchist, Antichrist. I don't think I've ever talked with another little or middle who had anything to say about the movie The Omen. We had plenty. We were forced to watch it as a kid. In a pseudo-religious sort of way. Like, look here, son, this is pure evil. The mark of the beast. And evil will hide under an innocent guise. Although I sometimes explain to people who like Final Destination, they'll probably like at least the first Omen film, because it feels very much like a Final Destination film with most of the deaths. Oh, of course you had to watch it, LOL. You probably had to watch it for cinematic reasons too. Oh yeah, one of our parents was a big cinephile, and literally part of our childhood was being dragged, well, not physically, obviously, but dragged into, ooh, this is a nice monster sprite. A lot of our childhood was spent being forced to watch films that were significant, either for cultural or cinema reasons, usually both. Question mark towers over Mina, raising its fist. It hurls its fist at Mina. I still don't know how to move in there. Oh, that is just like fuck, what was that game? That's such an esoteric title. Her Loving Embrace. This game is a lot like Her Loving Embrace. Mina is bound by blight and is unable to move. Right before whatever it is could land its finishing blow, Mina hears someone running up behind her. It's Claude! Wow. What the heck? It looks like I made it just in time. What happened to staying out of the northern woods, Mina? Claude freed Mina from the blight, and then threw a Kabu doll at whatever this is. Eat this, you overgrown jelly! Whatever it is suffers 20 HP worth of damage. Mina wants to attack, but she doesn't have a weapon equipped. Oh my god! It's so old school that picking an option that I can't do wastes my turn. Get behind me, Mina. Don't try to be a hero when you don't have the means to fight back. It suffers 20 HP worth of damage. It transforms. Huh? There was a person inside that thing? Oh, did someone get swallowed by a carnivorous slime? Mina wants to use arts, but she doesn't know any that'll work against such a strong enemy. Wow, I feel very helpless, actually. Whatever this is, attacks. Cloud is fucking it up. Just as Mia was about to check her bag, the monster catches her off guard. Oh no. I'm all out of Kabu dolls. Mina, keep your eye on the enemy's attack and try to dodge it. I'm gonna prepare another Kabu doll. Mia tries to charge her AP, but she can't focus right now. The monster interjects. Not this crap again. Stay back, Mina. I'm gonna throw another Kabu doll at it. The monster suffers 20 damage. We win. Whatever it was defeated. Huh? What? That looked like Mina. That was pretty crazy, huh? I'm still pretty shaken up. Well, right before I left to go looking for you, I noticed that the stream near camp stopped flowing. As I was making my way up here, I noticed all the snow and ice. Frost jellies are more or less tame, and they're typically always here to greet us when we visit the woods. I just knew something was off when I didn't see any when we arrived. It looked like they all fused together and froze up the waterfall somehow. Do you think they tried to prevent that thing from escaping? Also, that thing looked an awful lot like you, didn't it? I kind of feel like we should go after them, don't you? The thing is, I don't think I'll be able to fit through that hole they punched through, but that doesn't mean that you can't. I'll wait here and keep watch. Now you can go check it out for us. I cannot go back to save. Wow. What's going on? What? Hey, I got a steamed crab bun. This magical snack will automatically restore Mina's HP when it's low. Be careful, they're hot. I love that the fucking steam bun is a fucking what's it called? A stock photo. The dust side awaits, and your adventure begins. A word of caution. Your corporeal form will remain in the edge of henceforth, and you cannot leave until your duties have been fulfilled. May luck be in your favor, young knight. May luck be ever in your favor. At long last, you finally returned. The blight has reached nearly every corner of the shattered world, and in its wake, time and events have become convoluted. And memories once gained have since been lost. I fought tirelessly while waiting for you, but I cannot fight alone. Your adventure truly begins now, young knight. Awaken to the call of destiny. And please, promise me that no matter what happens, You'll stay with me. Alright?
Follow me.
Fortress ruins. The biggest hero sends helpless child after the monster. Well, I'm pretty sure the night guy is dead. He was alive like generations ago.
Are you okay? You're shivering. You'll feel a lot better once you attune yourself with the Crystal Nexus. Stay close by the Nexus and attune with it. Whoa.
Mina re-energized at the Crystal Nexus and can use arts again. Pressing S will perform a fireball. Fireballs can stun certain enemies and burn down obstacles. Her elixir flask has been refilled too. Arrows indicate special areas that can be jumped across. Does it get scared at the light? It's really hard to get to follow me. I can't attune with it. That's not scary at all. Yeah, no. Oh, you meant the cousin? The cousin's not a hero. He never said he was. He barely wants to be there. Fireballs will find hidden paths, huh? Mina got a cat statue. Not really sure what it's for, but it's cute. I can't wait to burn something. Made me feel like I should be looking for hidden paths in on that like page or whatever. What would you call it? On that screen? But not so, I suppose. I love that they get scared. Fuck them. I don't seem to be able to jump across. Oh no, there's stairs there. Final Fantasy ass crystal. Oh wait, what? Maybe a sword will help with that. Those ones have different symbols. Ow. Oh, it actually can't move any further because the rock is in the way. But I can run through it. But why would I want to jump across? I know this key is here, but I can't get to it. You just fall into the abyss. I don't seem to be able to push this at all. And the jumping doesn't seem to help. I'm officially stuck. Petting Udon will save your progress and restore Mia's HP. Be sure to pet her often. Mia pets Udon and tells her everything that's happened so far. Progress saved. Okay, there's still a few directions I can... Nope. Blueberry pie.
What can I help you with, Pumpkin? The shopkeeper next door may look sketchy, but he's a really good guy. Come back soon, sweetie. Take care.
That's weird. Welcome to Claw's General Outlet. What can I get for you? Have you seen that strange rock shape just like a jelly, Westermere? Yes, I have. This Aerocycle can fly at the top speed of 1,000 kilometers an hour and 12 kilometers above ground. Cardinal red, cardinal blue, and cardinal yellow. I can't afford none of this. Kid, I'm gonna be real with you for a second. Due to that nasty blight outside, I haven't had any customers. Rent's due by the end of this month, so I need to sell these. If you can't afford one, then quit wasting my time. That is very ironic. You're not getting any customers, so you jack up your prices to get enough money to survive, but that's just gonna make it worse. I need 3 keys. Oh. That's what they mean by hidden path. Okay. Needs 2 more. Now I'm gonna get very paranoid about the fucking everything. Could you not? Ah! It'd be kind of hard to technically call myself stuck now. But I guess I have more options, so I don't feel helpless. Or as helpless, anyway. Weird how the slime stopped appearing. Well, this is getting rather tedious. I've been over there already. Well, I mean, I've been all the places already. And that was the statues I can't move. So it has to do with this. Maybe there's some jumpable arrows I'm missing. Oh, hahaha, puzzle. Sword? 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 Mina got the bright sword! Press A to cut stuff. Hold A for a while we'll perform a spin dash. Oh, hot dog doggo! Oh. Yeah. Someone said something about Link to the Past earlier? Yes. Cutting the fucking grass. I would have cut so much grass. We would have cut so much grass growing up if we could do it with a scythe or a sword. I said scythe because a scythe is actually way better for cutting. A scythe is more for cutting the grass than a sword is. What? I saw that shadow self. Huh? Oh. Got it. Damn, I solved the battle puzzle before the music could really ramp up, but that was okay. Hope there's more sections like that. Oh boy. Some traps and attacks can be avoided by jumping. Refill my flask. I guess I only touch a crystal when I can't use magic anymore. I've cut overgrowth with a machete before. It's pretty fun, but it works on less things than you would expect. Yeah, that's an Undertale moment from when you're running from Undine. I mean, great moment to pull from. But it's not in a chase scene, it's just Dark Self trying to fuck with me. I wonder if the other Mina is gonna get a name, or if the fandom has to name her. Kind of like, I'm thinking of Celeste again, with Madeline and or Madeline, and her other self, a lot of people just call her Badeline, or Badeline, which we think is very adorable. Yes. A grand reunion will build the way up. A grand reunion. Sephiroth! I am stuck. I'm stuck on geometry. I just used a potion. I just panic buttoned my potion. And I'm just straight up stuck. I saved. Okay. Everything did not freeze. I was really worried there for a second. It might have even just been my model. Yeah, I was really surprised that they gave me a sword just because she has a spear in the literal title screen. Also, they give you they let you see the, like, how big the flask is, which I think is nice. Grand reunion. I'll still need to find another key anyway. I think there were some other statues I could break. Was it this way? Nope. So that's not the right attack to be able to destroy them. Can't be destroyed with fire or swords. Like, it looks like a hypnotism symbol. Sick. Ah. I needed the sword to push it. Metroidvania. Oh my god. Fuck you. God, it's like the boos in Mario, but so much more effective. It was like the boos from Mario were chain chomps. And just because they look cute when they're running away, and they're terrified, very sad faces, I still consider them very dangerous. Especially because I can't kill them permanently. Yeah, I don't wanna. Mina got a potion. Mina got an amethyst eye. It's emitting a stunning violet hue. Mina got a steamed crab bun. Lucky her. I never got a second key. Wait. I just thought about that there was another thingy. Maybe there's a... Nope. Well, I guess I did figure out how to get through that door, so it's fine. I should go back to the door. I don't know if that was Bro or Shadow Self. Okay, still can't break those. Still have one key. But I have the Amethyst Eye. Maybe the Amethyst Eye will let me, like, do the thing. No, it's not an art. This beautiful crystal is just a bit larger than your run-of-the-mill marble, but striking violet hue is anything but ordinary. This blade shimmers beautifully in complete darkness. Looks pretty sharp too. This smooth stone statue was chiseled with love to look like a charming chubby cat. Okay, I can't interact with this stuff. Yeah. I don't know, maybe the Amethyst Eye will provide something for a reunion? I'm not sure. All I know is I can't wait for Sephiroth to get here. I have to remember to refresh when the stream goes down. Did it go down again? Ugh. no secrets. No reason to attune. Save though. Was that chest new or did I never notice it? Mina is 50 a minute. Don't let it burn a hole through her pocket. The game telling me I should like buy stuff. Have you seen that weird statue southwest of here? Is that what I think it is? A key piece? Come see me when you find another. She has the last one around her fucking neck. That's adorable. I do not think this is where I want to go. Grand reunion. What the fuck does that mean? Oh! Dummy. Doy. Couldn't figure out because you're stupid, stupid. Me got a potion. Me got a potion. Me got a potion. I'm a mole. My life's dream is to travel around the dust side looking for treasure. I'm only looking for treasure though, not taking it. The journey's the real reward after all. Feel free to take what's in these chests. My next stop will be Lofgren Manor. Maybe we'll meet again. Oh. Well, I guess I didn't do anything wrong. Wow. Yeah, the stream must have restarted considering. Oh. Considering I see that the bot was like, "Welcome to the stream." Kitty. Oh, the grand reunion was between them. I see. Mina examined the dilapidated mural, an eye of amethyst and a cat of stone. With them both, I'm not alone. Ah. Well, that explained everything. Ooh. Can I do it anymore? I want to blow up that last rock. Well, guess I can't anymore. Or maybe it's just hard to replicate once you've already gotten the puzzle. There's no need to do it. Ow. Me got a second key. Maybe the friendly shopkeeper at the Spider's Eye can help. Since we don't have the third one, and I skipped the first of the tests because I was too trigger happy. Button happy? Ow. Told the kitty everything that happened so far. Did you believe that bitch? She literally just swiped at me from the door. No fair. What can I help you with, Pumpkin? Hold out your hand, honey. There's something I want you to have. Come back soon. Mia got the last piece of the master key. She can now unlock the door outside the Spider's Inn. Doesn't seem to be more than one save slot. Mina slowly unlocks the door. Ooh. Yo! I swear that design, it looks oddly familiar. Reminds me of... is it an Overwatch character? Okay, and the, like, transform state that you get in, what was that game that we were playing a while back? Anno Mutationum? It's a very sick design. Shadow Mina brandishes her blade. She's ready for a fight. I can't believe Shadow Mina is like a samurai. Mina charged up and recovered 1 AP. Shadow Mina's eyes were locked on Mina. Mina attacks. Shadow Mina suffers 10 HP worth of damage. Shadow Mina's eyes are locked. Charged up and recovered 1 AP. that was rough. Mia charged up and recovered 1 AP. AP is maxed out. She can now use an art ability from the arts menu. Mia's eyes are locked. Mega Fireball. This spell yields much stronger damage than the regular Fireball spell. Mia threw a Mega Fireball at Shadow Mina. 40. Shadow Mina looks furious. Ah, oh, missed. Shadow Mina dodges swiftly. Ah, oh, didn't get the charge. It kind of tastes like that no-name brand cherry cola that your mom buys. Charged up. Oh, my controller died. That sucks. At least I think it did. It is being weird. Okay, back in business. Yeah, it's hard to get all of them. I guess I used up a steam bun. Oh! Ah! I just barely didn't get it. Oh, you blocked it. I can't get it. I can't get it. I just want to charge. Oh, if they hit the spikes, they die. That's nice. The longer the fight goes on, the harder these are getting. Fucker! I still haven't figured out the fucking bomb thingy. Oh my god. Mother... Okay, charging is useless. At least for me right now. Because the minigames got so hard that it doesn't even matter. I could have beaten it at this point. I wanted to do a big finish. I was being dramatic. It would have been perfect if I actually had started nailing them, but as they got harder, I failed the charges more. So that's gonna be interesting mechanic when the battles in general are harder. And when I have less healing items on hand. I probably shouldn't fuck around this time. Well done. Yes. Very well done. I expected nothing less from you, knight. Soon Foul Sun will approach our darkest hour, and is in need of a hero who will cast away her shadows. Your ads here have spoken for themselves. With time, your light will grow brighter, and you will grow stronger. The crystal before you, take it. Receive its blessing and shine bright. As the gem fuses with her soul, Mina learned Conduct 1. Conduct 1 is one of many latent abilities she can learn. With this ability, Mina can render consumable weapons into fire ropes? Theraposts? Fire ropes can be used to swing over special areas that can't normally be jumped over. Mina also learned Light Wave. If her HP is full and she performs a spin dash, it will expel a wave of light, damaging nearby enemies and obstacles. Her HP has been fully restored too. As if to say, try it out. It seems like opening that door let out all that blight. We're just in time to watch the sunset, too. Isn't it beautiful? Mina, the journey ahead will test you. You practically have the weight of the world on your shoulders. But it will also be filled with moments like these. Don't let them pass you by. You may be our savior, but you mustn't forget to save yourself, too. That being said, have you figured this place out yet? You're on the dusk side, a dreamlike world manifested from yours and Terminus memories, a world where everything's real, and yet, nothing is. Termina was a beast who was defeated in battle and sealed away long ago, but though we thought they would be sealed forever, but somehow they managed to break free. It's just barely. And with what little power they had left, they tore a rift between the edge and the dawn side. I fear the Termina will stop at nothing to regain power. But I'm not sure what role capturing your brother fills in their plans. I have an inkling as to what they're after. But for now, let's head back to the ruins. Now that the blight's gone, maybe someone can help us. Progress saved. You did it, Pumpkin. You cleared up that awful blight. I know this isn't much, but I want to give you this to express my gratitude. Cardinal voucher. Redeeming this voucher will give you a cardinal free of charge. You can redeem that voucher at the shop next door. Enjoy. Oh, sick. He has to give it to me for free, which is gonna suck because he needs to pay rent. He's gonna fucking cry. We owe you one shortcake. That blight was driving all our customers away. What can I get for you? Day after day, it's all the same. Nothing changes. I need a change of scenery. Mina got a cardinal. But it turns out the claw only had them in the red color anyway. Either way, this Aerocycle will make traveling the dust side a breeze. Visit Udon when you're ready to fly the Cardinal. Okay, watch yourself out there. With the Cardinal, traveling to the dust side will be a breeze. When you're ready to leave, speak with Udon. I don't really think there was any other NPCs, right? Is there... Yeah, I don't think there's any reason why I would still go around here. Oh shit. Oh, that was the same fucking thing that the Shadow of Me used. I can make that fucker go away. Fucker. Alright, let's blow this popsicle stand. What luck! We got our hands on a Cardinal Aerocycle. Flying an Aerocycle is easy. Hold down RT to accelerate. Steer by pressing left and right on the control pad. The dust side is covered in blight in just about every corner. We should be safe to land whenever you see a Crystal Nexus. Let's take it for a spin. Not a lot of games where you would get your fucking your airship early, this early. I mean, unless they were trying to psych you out and then they immediately grounded you, which actually happens in a lot of games if you in a like a JRPG.
You're closing in on a crystal nexus. Once you're right above it, try landing by pressing B.
Mount Cabo. Like a Cabo doll? Interesting. Pipe for Parallax. Mina was just possessed by a Kabu. Try throwing a bomb by pressing X. Pressing X while its fuse is burning will detonate it instantly. Being in this area will temporarily grant Mina the ability to use bombs, but once she leaves, she'll return back to normal. Try using bombs to clear obstacles and damage enemies. They'll need a bright flash of light once detonated too. Cause fuck your epilepsy. Pressing LT will switch Mina's arts. You can quickly cycle through arts by pressing LB. That is adorable. That is, oh my god. Might as well get all the swag. Mina pets Udon and tells her everything that happened so far. Alright, I thought I was done. But apparently not. Sick. Ah, sword doesn't activate the blast thingy. Oh, I make the thingy eat it. I see. Ah, fucker. Oh, my health is still considered full because of the overhealth. Oh! Bitch. I'm sure that'll be useful for a puzzle later. Oh! Yeah. I just gotta stun them. I successfully gone back in time a second time. How'd you go back in time? It's already like 12 o'clock. Oh, they're frozen. Triforce. The Triforce isn't real, it can't hurt you. feels like Kingdom Hearts with the fucking, like, having powers that are specific to whatever world I'm in or area or whatever. I mean to examine the gate. It looks like you'll need a key to open the Cabo-shaped lock. I was gonna push in the lava and see what happened. I can't push you in the lava? Damn. This game will make parents happy. I can't throw innocent bystanders into lava. I don't know if this is actually where I need to be. I wasn't looking at the map the first time I flew. Is this where I came from? Oh, this is the Blight Bog. Nothing bad ever happens in the Blight Bog. I have nothing to fear here, obviously. Alright, I don't have bomb powers anymore. Boo-hoo. So I visited a place that actually does exist. Still can't hurt that thing. Ah! I guess those monsters are epileptic. Not every monster gets stunned when I blow something up. Ow. Treasure chest was empty. At least it wasn't a mimic, I guess. The music is a fucking bop. Well, by destroying an alien time machine, I'm playing Earth Defense Force. Ah, I see. Back off. I can't pick up these bomb plant thingies. Oh. Perfect. can't go any farther that way. Fuck off. I can't push that at all. I hate that goes so damn much. I don't believe my fucking voice cracked. That shouldn't even be possible. I mean, unless I was doing it on purpose. But I'm not. I would never do that. Okay, I would never do that. But I didn't do it. There we go. Alright. I was scared I was stuck again. I mean, I guess I was stuck. I shouldn't be so averse to being stuck. But when you're a streamer, that kind of just happens. Metal scrap. I totally thought it was going to be a fucking apple. Got the mansion key. Oh, I know the fucking mansion. The mansion was in the demo. It skipped to the mansion and didn't show how you get to it. So that's probably going to be where the boss of the chapter is. Speaking of Chrono Trigger, this does look like a place that had Chrono Trigger. There's actually a... No, it's about... It's a pretty big castle. Oh shit, that's the moon from the title screen. I guess this music is too? What's this? An outsider? No one's home. Get lost. And don't even think about coming back here. Lofgren Manor. Mina spills her absolute guts to this cat. Hey look, another cat. Mia tried to play a few notes on the piano, but nothing happened. Maybe it's an electric piano? Okay, I thought that fucking chandelier was gonna fall. Oh! Okay. That room told me to fuck right off. So I guess I will. Could be worse. Okay, so I guess I'll get the bomb skill here. I like these portraits. But I am biased because Kitty. I recently cleaned and did some maintenance to this. Oh, I forgot. I didn't see my mic get turned away. Ugh. Yeah, it was a Chrono Trigger ass cutscene. I recently cleaned and did some maintenance on this neat grandfather clock. I found it upstairs covered in dust and woefully neglected. It's not working correctly though. It's chiming every minute instead of every hour. Also, the hour and minute hand don't move. I'll take what I can get. Ah! Bitch!
Now look here, you little scamp. When I said get lost, I meant it! I don't know how you got here, but this is my last warning. You don't want to know what I have in store for you if you don't leave, so... how about you do us both a favor and get out of my mansion? Damn it!
Oh, key. Mansion key. Oh, this is the thing that pushes the rock. What? I see. Yeah. I remember this from an early part of Undertale, actually. It was annoying then, and it's annoying now. Mansion key. I saw that jump scare mouth. Throw lances by holding RT. Oh, right. Charge. Ow. I remember having a lot of trouble in the demo. But you don't have the sword in the demo. Heart. Wait, 1, 2, 3 hearts. Are there other... Oh god, I don't want to have to look throughout the whole fucking mansion though. And there's no observations.
Is it guessing what cards are in the hand? I don't know, lose. Might as well go back and see if I can find other ones. Oh, do I just fall through the slug because of the slugs? That would make sense. Okay, so that's a spade, right? Oh, it's green. Ah. Green, red, blue. Okay, I'm about to notice the differences, I guess. Oh, this one's red, for sure. I say that because the exact same image as this, except with the heart. So I guess when I see the other one, I'll have some sense of the other one. Single card, diamond. Okay, so this one should be diamond. This one should be heart. That should be the last one. Yeah! I know basic patterns! Duh. I'm not some baby. Haha. Oh shit. There I was, talking shit and just immediately got punished for it. I was really listening to a Resident Evil lore video last night, and they mentioned that the architect for the Spencer Mansion straight up specialized in puzzles and traps, lol. Oh yeah. And then he was murdered, so no one will be able to figure it out. And then only Oswald E. Spencer will have the and the other Umbrella founders would know how to get through it. Note to self, I need to get these broken floors fixed pronto. I don't have enough yarn to keep swinging my way across the floor holes. What do I look like? Jungle George or something? Georgia I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Spin and fly up through the ceiling? Oh, never mind. Fire ropes can help you get across large gaps you can't normally jump over. Collect lances and try jumping across. You'll conduct the lance and turn into a fire rope automatically. Oh. Oh wait, they fell? Sick. This looks like one of the fuckers from Fear and Hunger, swear to gosh. Listen here, you little troublemaker. How did you even make it up here? Those traps were handcrafted Whiskers originals. What? No, not Werther's. Whiskers? Whiskers originals? Anyway, they were supposed to be foolproof. I'm not sure how you managed to circumvent them, but I can assure you the ones ahead aren't gonna be any easier. So why not just do us both a favor and get lost? Damn it! Yeah, that was the issue with the demo. We couldn't get across. Oh shit. Well? Oh, it actually doesn't use up a lance to do a fire rope. Cool beans. Ow. Ow. I thought the game was glitching, or there was like a power outage or something. Well, I got what I wanted earlier. It's nighttime now. I almost stepped on the slimes on purpose, but the ladder's here. Oh! They're using green for darkness. I thought they were doing green because forest. That makes a lot of sense. It's like Game Boy Dark. Motherfucker! I mean, I know where to use this. Feels like a needless way to lengthen this, but you know. Whatevs. I mean, very Resident Evil of it, though. Oh! I have to actually press the jump button. It does do it automatically, but I do have to press the jump button. It was foolproof for a second, but I'm no longer a fool. Domain expansion, little siblings room. If you hit me, I'll cry, and you'll be in big trouble. God. The game changes to a Game Boy sound card when in the dark section as well. Oh, I didn't notice that. Good ear. You really don't know when to quit, do ya? As much as I love to stand here and chat with you, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Au revoir, wretched child. Damn it! Oh, fuck. Ow, 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 ow! I I need to remove all of these stupid ceilings pronto. Huh? Ah! Hey, don't just stand there. Aren't you gonna help me? Please? I'll make it worth your while, I swear. I died. I don't know how far it reset me either. Well, I know exactly what to do at least. Burnout because fire. Ow. Damn, I gotta do all this over again. Oh, that's a very Earthbound thing. It's like that puzzle in Earthbound where you have to wait a certain amount of time. You have to like stand still. Gotta walk all the way out. Well, actually, I guess I didn't have to. I could have just input the thingy wrong. That would have been fine. Oh. Ah! Fucker. Fucker. Okay, actually wasn't too bad. and jump down for a shortcut, or at least to expedite my trip. And I now realize part of the reason I didn't save was because it felt like it wasn't part of the critical path for me to. Oh my god, just so I can kill you. Fuck you proper. Coming all the way back here, just, it didn't make sense. I was like, where'd all the jellyfish go? They're all crowding at the end of the hallway waiting for me and shit. Ooh. Almost let it too close. And here I thought the monsters like worked for him, you know? It's just like having a bunch of raccoons in your house, I guess. I can already see my pampered life flash before my eyes. I'm sorry. And since we draw now, you just earned yourself a drawing in a diaper. Because you said pampered. Sorry. I make the rules. I can already see my pampered life flash before my very eyes. Wait a minute. They're gone, aren't they? Huh? Okay, that's good. Wow, you sure showed them, didn't you? I owe you one, Mina. Surprised I know your name. I haven't been completely honest with you. Enough with this silly charade. Let me properly introduce myself. The name's Albert Whisker. The, former Prince of Whiskeria. I had a fight with my folks and they kicked me out. I tried roughing it for a while, but my princely constitution just wasn't cut out for it. Luckily, I stumbled and tripped and fell upon this mansion. It seemed more or less abandoned, so I claimed it as my own. Things were going great for a while. Then he showed up. The brute brought an army of monsters here looking to hunker down. And if I didn't agree to play along, he threatened to kill me. So I filled this mansion with traps to keep trespassers away. How about that? A prince turned crony in a matter of days. Anywho, as I was tidying up the foyer one day, I found this raggedy old book on top of the piano. Turns out it was a journal. Didn't get too far into reading it though. I heard him stomping close by, so I decided to put it back. When I returned, he must have taken it. It was gone. From what I was able to take away from reading it, it belonged to a fella named Johnny, and he had a sister named Mina. Based on his description of her, she sounded a lot like you.
Listen, I can't help but think about the condition that journal was in. I wouldn't get my hopes up. I didn't really know if we can get your brother back, but getting our mittens on that journal would be a good start, I'd reckon. Now, about your reward. See, I didn't forget. There's a spot that South Leaves is here called Mount Cabo. There's a surprise waiting for you there. Once you get it, return here and meet me on the roof. If we work together, we might be able to take down this ruffian. You can find your brother, and I can get the mansion back. Woo! Oh, almost forgot. Woo! Take this with you. You'll need this to get into Mount Cabo. Mina got the Mount Cabo key. This key will unlock the gate at the summit of Mount Cabo. It's pretty rough out there. I'm sorry I was such a jerk to you earlier. Here's a little bonus for saving me back there. Steamed crab bun. I bet that's the developer's favorite food or something. Adios, amigo. Be safe out there, kiddo. Ah, not again. Inside the treasure chest was a mimic. Run! Oh, what? I was thinking about it. I was like, I wonder if this game has mimics. Turns out, it does. Whisker said to head to southeast from the mansion to reach Mount Cabo. Keep an eye for a crystal nexus. This also is very much like Terra Agama, in terms of the overworld specifically. Save just in case I die, so I don't get overly comfortable. Damn. Just been fucking them up. Mina has a future as an Olympic gold medalist. Well, actually, considering how the last Olympics went, she probably shouldn't go. I don't know if you heard, but like, COVID was going around a lot. Also, most of the athletes were treated like shit, and they got like really shitty accommodations. They got shitty accommodations that would get you a refund on Airbnb for a normal person. Like cardboard bed shit. It looks like Whisker kept his word after all. Now then, about this Cabo statue. Mia, do you remember how you attuned to the crystal nexus by touching it? And by doing so, you restored your fireball art ability? In this case, I don't think you're quite tall enough to reach it. But I have another idea that just might work. This time, try hitting the crystal atop the statue with a fireball instead.
Oh, that's awesome! It attuned from the single drop of, like, the ice crystal. That's sick. Mina learn bomb. Try throwing one by pressing X. Pressing X while its fuse is burning will detonate it instantly. Try using bombs to clear obstacles and damage foes. There'll be a bright flash of light when detonated. The blind light can parry some enemy attacks and stun them for a short while. If you're in trouble, try using that to make a break for it. Pressing LT will switch Mina's arts. You can quickly cycle through arts by pressing LB. I thought that was gonna be it. The sprite work here is really interesting. It definitely feels like the time it's trying to emulate, but also just makes me think of like RPG Maker games. Makes me think of psychological RPG Maker games. I wish I had like a quick way to leave. Damn, I can't even jump down. A fire elemental not eating in the snow. Skipping in the snow. I'd say it was quite adorable. I actually did not get a choice on where to land. Oh, right. I have the bomb skill now. Still don't know how to get over there. Blowing up trees. A phone? You hear that, right? Okay, don't touch fire. There's no way I'm getting to the end of there. Mina got a cellophone. Sorry, a cello phone. A cello phone. This cello-shaped call phone will allow me to make and receive calls. And it sounds like it's already ringing.
Hello, is this Mina? Hey, it's your new pal, Whisker. I see you found my gift waiting for you by the foyer. What you're talking to me right now on is called a cellophone. With this, I can check in on you no matter where you are. Anyway, when I told you to meet me on the roof, I overlooked a huge problem. The mansion's power is out. I was able to jump and make my way to the roof, but I don't think you'll be able to do that. So here's the deal. There's a door leading to the generator room west of the foyer. Its entrance is blocked by a Nerkabe. Can't miss it.
Use the art you learned at Mount Cabo to dispose of it. But after you get rid of it, you'll need to unlock the door behind it. There's a key for it somewhere. Damn, where did I put it? It might be somewhere on the eastern side of the mansion. Maybe on the top floor? At least I think it may be. Anywho, once you find it and get in, there's an elevator in there that'll take you up to the roof. But the power will need to come back on in order to use it. Restore the mansion's power and you should be good to go. Good luck, kiddo. I'll be waiting for you. And if you need help, just give me a call. The mansion sealed up with enough Nakabe to keep out the riffraff. It won't have just anyone waltzing through as they play. Only as we're getting in here with such firepower. Okay. I got lucky because I was in the middle of reading something. But I guess that was my fucking warning. That was some Nemesis ass shit. Love that. If only I could get down there. Oh. Oh, hello. Steamed crab bun. I'm a mole. My life dream is to travel around the dusk side looking for treasure. I'm only looking for treasure though, not taking it. The journey's the real reward after all. Feel free to take what's in these chests. My next stop will be Night City. Maybe we'll meet again. Okay, that's just a thing that's gonna happen every now and again now. I don't know what room that is. Note to self, I need to get those broken floorboards fixed. Read that one already. Hey there, Mina. What's up? Are you stuck? No worries, I got you. There's a door leading to the generator room west of the foyer. Its entrance is blocked by a Nurikabe. Can't miss it. Use the art you learned at Mount Cabo to dispose of it. After you get rid of it, you'll need to unlock the door behind it. The key to it is somewhere on the eastern side of the mansion. Maybe at the top? Oh. Okay, I can do that. I'm so glad I tried. I was gonna be stuck for so long. So fucking long. Oh, mommy. With a bright flash of light, the maiden will close her eyes. Sick. And as a puzzle, I could not. It's a Mona Lisa, but with mommy. Funny. Alright, nothing too impressive, just some health. Fuck that. Fuck. Ah! What? There are forces conspiring to make me quit the game for tonight. But I'm pretty sure I'm almost at the end of the episode, so I refuse. But fuck. Not missing, no. Yeah, another Friday, another fly stream. Damn. That was a lot of fucking words. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. I'm happy you are willing to start it with me. Okay. Huh. I was supposed to use a bomb to get away? Weird. They're becoming awfully frequent. Just some clipping. Oh, I can just fireball you away. Good, good. Serious? Funny how they keep respawning. I don't want to waste my fucking steam buns. Still haven't figured it out. It remembered I was at low health when I came in here. Which is funny considering, you know, saving it should heal me. I got so close it disappeared. I just clipped out of the entire fucking room. I clipped to the other side and left the room. If the dev sees this, please don't take that out. That's great. I am a little bit at a loss. I'll wait for you. So slowly. Fucker. Oh, that's why it won't fucking die. I need to use it to fucking open the way. I gotta have it chase me. Won't be talking tonight so much because of job. Well, thanks for coming while you're working, even if you're only half watching. Or less. Definitely helps. There we go. That wasn't so hard. Now that I know now that I knew what to do. Oh, I can't hurt those. Yeah, I can't hurt those. They'll just make me sink through the floor. Fuck me. Reminder, I need to get a key to the generator room down from the chandelier. After I finished dusting it, I felt something snag my pocket as I was jumping down. The key must have gotten hung on one of the arms. I tried using a lance I borrowed from one of the suits of armor, but I wasn't tall enough to knock it down. Maybe if I were strong enough to throw one, I could knock it back down the balcony. Ah, the power of reading. The perfect parry. Are you serious? I can't fall up, can I? Oh, I should save. Fucker. Ah! And that's why this shortcut exists. I forgot that treasure chest was a mimic.
There's literally not a way for me to get down from here. All right. Just out of spite, honestly. No, don't forget, I'm right here. I'm right here. Fuck! Is that close enough? Seems like it. Oh, I mean, I had to check. I see that fucker looking at me. Not quite sure how that one's gonna work. Oh! Back here? Oh wait, that's actually fine.
Come on, little Electrobuzz ass. It was worth getting electrocuted to not get pushed down. That might be just close enough. Yep. Okay, now I just gotta figure out. I don't see anywhere on the ground that I feel like I could use to break. Oh, and then it reset itself. Oh wow, it killed the ass. Then how the hell am I supposed to... Yeah, I can't carry a charge. Yeah, this doesn't help me. It did not update. Oh, and the electric fucker reset. I don't know if anyone has any suggestions. Oh.
Hey Moss, how are you? Nice to see you. In Stardew Valley, there's an area that you can only get to once you 100% the game. You can do a clip to get the area early. The dev found out and left the clip in. But if you go early, a cutscene plays where someone just shows up and fucking shoots you. Wow. Oh. How did I do that? Honestly, this is one of those times where instead of going, motherfucker, you just told me da-da-da-da-da-da, this is one of those times where I'm going, damn, that clicks. That clicks. I'm glad I figured it out. There's a little bit of satisfaction for not looking it up. Doing good, thanks for asking. It's some reason 76 degrees and it's 7:30, so I'm a bit melty. I get that. With the last generator back online, the mansion's power has been restored. Now I can finally get to the fucking higher level. Oh, the whole place is lit up now, yeah. I think it's a good time to save, just in case I fight a boss and get my ass kicked. Take the elevator. We have the same computer? Look what the cat dragged in. Looks like you were able to get the power on despite my vague instructions. Let's waste no time. We need to strike while the iron's hot. As you're aware by now, bombs are useful for all sorts of things, aren't they? And it's a good thing you learn how to use them. Because I'm about to send you out on a field trip to the Blightwoods. If the blight in that region wasn't bad enough, there's a ghast out there that will make trekking it even more of a pain in the butt. Luckily for you, that fancy new ability you learned will come in handy. Let me put it like this. If you get grabbed by a ghast, it'll cover your face with a cloud of dense blight. That cloud is deadly. I wouldn't advise breathing it in for too long, but with a bright flash of light, in your case, from a bomb, that cloud will be completely vaporized. So why am I making you take a trip out to the woods, you ask? Simple. There's some materials in there that you're gonna need for my plan to take down that beast. I need you to find me 20 golden apples in the Blightwoods.
Once we have our paws on him, I'm gonna make something else stop him in his tracks. Golden apples are easy to spot in the woods, even with all that blight. Their glowing flesh sticks out like a sore thumb, no matter how dark it is. Be on the lookout in the trees and on the ground. Got that? Great. Take care, and I'm counting on you, kiddo. Oh my god, there's a fucking rice cooker thingy. Sitting on top of the dresser with a photo of Whisker with an Arachne lady. She appears to be much taller than him, and he's embracing her plump arms. They look extremely happy together. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stop touching my belongings! Also, stop standing on my clothes! Funny. I swear the cat reminds me of Citrine. Of the furry fandom. There's also a game developer. This kid is ready to shank a bitch. Wait, I went to the wrong place. Actually, I didn't even need to leave. The Blight Woods are where the mansion is. I just can't land directly in where the mansion is. At least as far as I know. Like, at no point does it ask you where do you want to go. This is Blight Bog. But there's the golden apple. Considering that sewing machine we saw, I'm pretty sure he's gonna make me something cool. Real Metroidvania hours. I feel so powerful compared to before. The fact that I can't jump over that chest fills me with anger. Didn't even need to kill that. I just want the flats. Okay, now I'm in the Blight Woods. Golden apple. Golden apples are juicy and delectable, and they're native to the Blight Woods. Their brilliant glow contrasts with the blight, making them easy to spot. Regular apples. I guess they're okay. Oh no, those are golden apples. I'm glad I can't accidentally destroy the fucking apples. This looks an awfully lot. They're doing a Silent Hill in this bitch. This is where I was earlier with Cuzzo. I mean, I guess this does make sense. I was like, this is eerily familiar. Oh, those hurt me. Ugh. Fuck me. The power of Dusk being edgy makes Dusk unstoppable. Okay, the lights are on. Oh, actually there is a tile for the castle specifically. Can I actually land in the castle? No, I cannot. Or I was pressing the wrong button and maybe I could. Which way? Which way? Ugh. I know the Kingdom Hearts is light! I feel like the intensity of how the screen changes is a bigger deal for me than it'll be for most other players. Because that sort of stuff makes us panic inherently. Probably because of light sensitivity, autism, all that sort of stuff. It does make those things quite effective when stuff like that doesn't necessarily work on a lot of people. Or for some people, it would just be a stylistic flourish, you know? You really not gonna let me jump down? Like, the punishment for getting touched by that thing is so much. Fuck. I mean, as I said. Okay, only lasts for a certain amount of time, so the more I panic and struggle, the worse it gets. Seriously? I swear I saved it in the other place. I don't want to do this again. But here I am. I redeemed a thingy. I believe Molly Slime did too if you haven't done it yet. Oh, sorry, I didn't
I was way too into the game. Wait to set it up so something will ping on screen or something for us, because it doesn't show up on our Restream app, so we have to have our phone up. Although I actually have to restart the Twitch app on our phone to even see it. There we go. Sorry, Mossy Slime, that it took so long to say this, but... Ada. And see, I do think it's rather cute that, in a way, you're begging for me to insult you because you're a loser. But I'm glad you had the courage to ask directly. Considering how I've been eating it lately, I'll probably need the fucking extra health. Well, at least that only hurt me. Wow. Fucking bully. Alright, here's the moment of truth.
Ugh. Really? Oh, wow. Hey, nap time. Appreciate the congratulations. How are you today? I'm dying a lot. Fun game, though. Dying inside a lot, so mood. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope you get to have a reprieve from shitty life shit. At least for the weekend. Okay, I'm gonna do myself the ultimate favor and do the thing that doesn't feel as good to do, is immediately backtrack to the save point. Because if I die, I'll have 10 apples then. Now hopefully I won't have to fly here either. I guess I didn't really have to fly, I could have just walked out. But let's try not to think about that for a while. Fuck. Oh, light gets away. Like what they said. Okay, I thought it was when they were grabbing me. I was just waiting for it to wear off. Oh wow, that's kind of like depression. it's like, oh, if I just wait, I'll feel better. But sometimes you need to do something to help feel better. Not to say that I'm thinking this is a metaphor. I mean, it can be. I don't think it's an intentional one. Fuck you. Ow. Ow. Bye. Is the only constant we can hold on to at this point, with constant identity issues and blending and a bunch of bullshit, so we take what we can get. That's fair. I mean, pain can ground you, and that definitely happens for us as well. And back, Doggo wanted to have bubbles blown at them. That is adorable. Alright, I was waiting for your ass. Come on. Bitch. $18? That's what you get for coming from One Direction, bitch. Oh, sorry, I meant Mr. Bitch. I'm petty. I'm telling you. Mia was able to collect all the golden apples Whisker needed. Let's head back to Whisker's room. Damn, I was really hoping for a teleport. I was really hoping for a teleport. But it's cool. Yeah, see how close it was? Ugh. That was grueling. Fucker. Huh? Me and sorry. Cello phone. It's gonna take a while to get used to that. Mina's cello phone started ringing. I hear you taking the elevator. At least I think I do. That is you, right? Were you able to find a few golden apples? Head to my room and we'll go over the plan. 20 is not a few, motherfucker. So, you really want to see your brother, don't you, Mina? I would hope so. But do you have the courage and constitution to meet him in such a horrendous state? Very well. This is rightfully yours, then. Mina got Johnny's journal. It looks like it's seeing better days. There's a page bookmarked with Mina's name. Let's check it out. It's a music sheet for Claire de Lune. Once again, I haven't been completely honest with you. The thing is, Mina, I've been holding on to the journal this whole time. And surprisingly, he recorded everything. Even down to the transformation into that horrid beast. That's right. That horrible monster who has been stalking you this whole time and tried to kill you in the Blight Bog was none other than your dear old brother. So you'll have to cut me some slack this time. I have to make sure you can handle what lies ahead. If I let you face off against him without you being fully prepared, there's no way you'd make it out alive. And if you're wondering how I know all this, well, it just so happens I was there during your first encounter. You just didn't see me. As I was on my way back to the mansion, I saw him coming through the dense fog and quickly hid. You, on the other hand, walked right up to him. What that monster did to you? There's no way a normal person would have survived. But you're no ordinary girl, are you, Mina? I only wish that I had realized that sooner. When you showed up to the mansion, I was shocked beyond all belief. After I got a better look at you, it dawned on me. Your fiery hair, your luminous aura, your gift of resurrection. And most importantly, your gift of being able to bend the element of fire to your will. You must be one of them, an elemental knight. Only those who share lineage with them can possess those qualities. But looking up hard is only half of it. To really see if you're up to scratch, a true knight, in other words, I had to test your mettle. Which is why I sent you on 2 quests. Learn a new ability on Mount Cabo, and retrieve the golden apples in the Blight Woods. I think it goes without saying, but you passed both tests with flying colors. Mina, you may be the only chance we have at making things right. But I don't want you to go at it alone. Head back to the foyer. Once you're there, play the sheet music bookmark in the journal on the piano. Once you do, you'll understand everything. I'll meet you down there soon. Also, since you're here, here's one for the road. I feel like me getting this is like giving me an aid spray. Like, you're gonna have a tough road ahead, kid. Can I check the trash can? I cannot. Plot twist. Is she part She-Phoenix? I guess that picture was not the same picture before. Mina played a few notes from Claire de Lune. This was Johnny's favorite song to play on the piano back home. As she began to play the tune, she started thinking about him.
As soon as she finished playing, the room began to rumble. That's a good place to put a door. Through the fire and flames I go. I went to the Blight Woods and all I got was this lousy notebook. This journal belonged to Johnny. It's covered in deep cuts and dirt. The sheet music for Claire de Lune was bookmarked inside. Ooh. You can actually see his hair poking out. I can't believe Dr. Eggman would shove my brother in a cool-looking wolf thing that kind of reminds me of Renamon. Dusk Wolf Lofgren. I see. How do I... Got it. Okay, charging is okay. Charged. I died. Okay. Who's a good boy? Not you. But don't worry. I'm a brat tamer. This is it. There's no turning back now. It's time to prove yourself, knight. Awaken to the call of destiny. I gotta keep the lights on to not get bit. Okay. Whew, I can finally do an attack that's worth a damn. Mega Bomb! Okay, I can hit. I wasn't sure if I was always gonna miss. Being able to heal during the mini games actually is really good. Well, that helped, but still sucked. I don't know what status effect I just got. Probably poison. Oh! That blew. Nice. I like a little bit of predictability. Mega Fireball! The Dust Wolf Lofgren suffers 20 damage. Mina hears something moving from above. Angie. As the blight surrounding the Dustwolf Lofgren begins to vanish, the Dustwolf Lofgren lunges at Mina as an act of desperation. As the situation turned grim, Mina's eyes started watering up. As tears rolled down her face, she spoke softly to herself.
I'm sorry, Mom. It looks like I won't be able to bring Johnny back home. And judging by this situation, you're probably gonna end up losing me, too.
As the beast lunged at Mina for the last time, Whisker came to the rescue! Whisker freed Mina from the blight and threw a combo doll filled with golden apples in the Dust Wolfgren's mouth.
Hey! Don't go at it alone! Why don't you answer your telephone, Mina? I've been trying to call you. I'm here to help.
The Dust Wolf Lofgren is stunned and unable to move.
He's on the ropes. Now'll be a good time to hone your elemental arts. Once you're ready, deliver the coup de grace.
Oh, that's funny!
We got him on the ropes, Mina! Best you finish him off with your art ability. Really?
There we go.
Now's your chance! Time to make it count! Deliver the finishing blow! I think that little trick you learned from Mad Cabo would do nicely.
Mina closes her eyes and throws the Mega Bomb with all her might.
Would you look at that? It's the man of the hour! You must be Johnny. Great job, Mina. You managed to free him from that, whatever the hell that thing was. He's got a few cuts and bruises, but otherwise he looks just fine.
Mina. A young child emerged from the ashes of the fallen beast. It's Johnny. At long last, Mina has been reunited with her long-lost brother. As soon as he called out to her,
His eyes began to feel heavy and he drifted off to sleep. That grand battle must have taken a toll on him. Let him rest for a while. Cute. Whoa, hang in there, kiddo. You don't want to get on your feet yet. Jeez. You sound asleep. He's been through it. You two have a lot of catching up to do when he wakes up. Well done. Indeed. Very well done. Thanks to the both of you, the Guardian of the Dust Shard is now safe and sound. Guardian? Dust Shard? Who are you? And what are you talking about? Forgive me. I'm sure this is all confusing. I believe a proper explanation is in order. I'll do my best to explain everything. Long, long ago, in the land of Falsong, there was a crystal that resided in a fortress in the sky. This crystal was immeasurably powerful and blessed these lands for ages. It also had the power to grant wishes to those who touched it. Throughout history, Falsong has seen countless wars surrounding the crystal. Many fought and died hoping to claim it. That was until they came. One fateful day, seemingly out of nowhere, a shadowy beast emerged from the fortress. There's no way we could be certain, but it was believed that they were a manifestation of the crystal itself. The centuries worth of bloodshed and suffering the wars prior had caused were made real in the form of a terrible monster that couldn't be put down. We called it Termina. This grand beast was hell-bent on destroying everything that stood in its path. As the situation grew desperate, I was sent on a quest to put an end to the beast as swiftly as I could. My plan was simple. Use the very thing that created this monster against it. After a long battle, I managed to subdue Termina. It took nearly every last bit of strength I had. With the crystal near, I wished upon it to seal them away. Soon after, it shattered into 4 shards. Those shards were then entrusted to a select few that I held in high regard. I named them Guardians, after the job that they had to do, because they were guarding things, you see. We hoped that Termina would remain sealed away in eternal slumber, yet it seems that somehow they were able to awaken, albeit just barely. And with that little power they had left, they tore a rift between the edge and the dawn side. Your world. That rift was just strong enough to pull souls away from the dawn side and warp them to the dust side. That alone is dreadful, but to make matters worse, those souls brought here have had their memories amalgamate with Termina's, thus creating a world where everything feels real, yet nothing is truly real. And Termina has free reign to warp the minds of those they choose to do so, which is exactly what happened to your brother, Knight. Somewhere along your bloodline, one of your ancestors was a guardian I entrusted the Dust Shard with long ago. Over time, that fragment fused with your soul, and its essence was eventually passed down to your brother. I fear the Termina will stop at nothing to regain power. If they succeed in capturing the souls and minds of the Guardians, they'll be able to completely restore the crystal, and thus fully awaken. Knight, I advise you to remain vigilant for any future threats. There's no question if, but when, Termina will strike next. Ah, look at me. I've spoken far too much. I must apologize for that. It's a horrible habit of mine. For now, I think it is long past due that you and your brother return home. With the current threat eliminated, I'd say your rest is more than well deserved. What will it be? Are you ready to return home? That is what I thought. But before we go, let us all say our goodbyes. Oh, that's cute. They're flying away in the little... I was about to call it the fucking Duskmobile. What's the thing called? The Cardinal. The Cardinal. I swear to God, is this literally just gonna say... Okay, I was like, is it just gonna say Fred Brown, Fred Brown, Fred Brown all the way down? I mean, totally okay if it did. But it's just gonna be funny. Wonder if that's Fred's partner. This is a very intimate piece of art. And like I said, it's episodic, so this was episode 1. Actually, it hit me a little bit late in the playthrough, but I think, even though obviously it has inspirations from Undertale, its inspirations might also run directly to Deltarune, because if you remember, Deltarune is also broken up into episodes. But whereas Toby Fox already has gained aesthetic trust in the video game playing audience, not just general indie audiences, but a lot of like game audiences, breaking up a game into episodes is trusted that it'll be finished and it'll be good. Considering this is Fred's first major project, the same would not be so for him. And that makes sense, and that's part of the thing that makes it hard as an amateur, not just that there's so much stuff to compete with, but also a lot of people won't trust you unless you're linked to something they already trust. Johnny is finally home. Mom certainly will understand it being a little bit late. Everyone's back together again to celebrate Mina's birthday. The end. Episode 1. Dawn of Dusk. I wonder what the next episode is going to be called. Now, there is a demo for this, if you want to play a demo. The demo is way shorter, like 15 minutes. Mina's cell phone started ringing. Oh right, I forgot. My controller died right in the last cutscene. I'm glad it didn't die while I was fighting the boss though. Hello? Is this Mina? Hey, it's your old pal Whisker. So I'll cut right to the chase. There's something concerning happening in Night City right now. Crystal story. They only recorded 5 deaths? I died way more than that. Apparently the average that people have been talking about on Steam who finished the game was about 4 hours. And of course, like, paying, I think it's like $12 for this, for 3 hours, certain people would go, value proposition, time, da-da-da-da-da. But, I don't know, in a world where you're already gonna have to probably pay like $20 to go see a movie, I don't see it's that bad. And I mean, once an indie game, you're already kind of like, you know, putting your best foot forward and being optimistic. So seeing a bunch of, and I'm not gonna lie, seeing that this had mixed reviews on Steam when it came out and for a little bit after was discerning, or disconcerting rather. And it's just that regular thing of like the zeitgeist and you know, like reading reviews and what people think, and that can sway people. But we had already had a little bit of trust since we played the demo, and we do have an optimism and a willingness to meet developers halfway or more. You know, like having a lot of glitches or something, a game being rough in its execution. There's a lot of stuff that's forgivable for us, especially if it is sincere, right? Like we were talking about earlier in stream. And I think that this game is sincere as hell. Passed that test for me, at least. Can't wait for the next episode. Glad we waited a little bit. And it's just a thing to watch out for. Oh, and it automatically turned itself off after. Oh, it did take 4 hours. I was like, nah, there was just so much. It looks, it counted as 3 hours because all the deaths and the restarts, which obviously the 5 deaths kind of hint to. Yeah, that was pretty good. Maybe I should like write a review for this game or something. We'll get to that bridge when we cross it, or ride a airmobile too. And the cousin was never allowed to watch children ever again. The end. The kid that he was watching can start fires with her mind. And also she brought her missing brother back home. And I don't know if you know cold cases, but generally the first 40, sorry, I guess it's not a cold case thing, but like true crime shit. I'm not a true crime girly, I swear to God, but the first 48 is so important. If a kid's been gone for years, what was it, 4 years? The chances that they are alive is like close to 0, like probability wise. So if my daughter, who can throw fire, is being babysat by a guy who throws bombs, and she got into trouble, but getting into trouble ended up saving her 4-year estranged and missing brother, I'm gonna give the cousin a pass this time. Everybody gets one. Okay, some people get multiple, but you know, everyone gets at least one, you know? Oh man! I don't even know if I can do that. Oh man! Yeah, I can't do a Peter impression. Fuck. I would call Snack in here, but that's too much. Oh wait, I think that is actually a meme where someone edited Rousey from Deltarune in, and then they like shoot Peter in the kneecap or something. I can't remember. The fact that she can throw fire means that she needs extra supervision. Well, it was a bad call in the first place because the mom sent her to a fucking forest to pick for apples. Smokey the Bear would have been like getting an abortion because, like, what do you do? You know? Can't win for losing. Fucking Christ. Oh, wow. 7 hours in the stream already, and I'm giving you this look. Oh, good boy. So, like we said before, plural, so we share stream with each other. I am abdicating. I'm absconding from my host duties for the rest of the night. We're gonna take maybe 30-minute break. Don't quote me on that. And we'll be back, and what was it? Thornbite will take over, and then we'll finish off with Punk Bite and Higurashi. So it's bet stream to last, including the break, probably 4 more hours. So yeah, look forward to that. Or don't. If you need to hit the hay, I appreciate that too. Thanks for making my affiliate anniversary so nice. I don't have a lot of care for it personally. Maybe some of my headmates do. I doubt that they care a whole lot, but it is nice to have something to celebrate. I'm just glad we got people watching us, you know? Good night, and I hope you all have a good weekend. I leave you in the trusting hands of Thorn and Punk. Hey everybody, it's Echo Bite. You just got finished watching Ghostopia. After this commercial break, we'll return to a regular stream, and we'll be playing. So don't turn that dial, and Fluff Bites will return.
Accessing Zeno. Zeno.
Giant machines. Origin unknown. Zeno. Warriors. Step away from the gear. Then legends about history are frozen.
Anyone accessing Zeno. Zeno.
Zeno. Gears.
See what you got here. Does this hurt? Oh! Does this hurt? Oh! Does that tickle? You know what's funny? This is my chart. Sometimes it's story time. Hey, what's for dinner around here? Share with your roommate, right? I need pepper.
More pain, more game. Crash is back in his toughest adventure yet, The Wrath of Cortex. It's gonna be just like the good old days, only better. Rated E for everyone.
You know, my insurance covers sponge baths.
They look like us. They dress like us. They sound like us. In Digimon World 3, you must figure out who's a friend and who's an enemy fast. Otherwise, the hackers of the AOA will trap you and your Digimon in the digital world. Forever. Digimon World 3, rated E for everyone, from Bandai.
PlayStation.
I wake to the warmth of the waxing salt sun. Watch as Mehmet cuts the chaff from the water vine. I bathe in the shallows of the river Spy, under the shade of chrome carcasses of giants. I creep beneath a rusted archway, lay flowers at the vine-swathed feet of Oborukoru, god to apes and apostles. I howl at a metallic mastodon, unholster my flare, and roar in triumph as he chases my indigo sisters. I share gifts with the plant people. Watch as their roots loosen jewels from the soil. I light a fire and roast Musa. Match eyes with Mother Bear until she turns away and shuffles her cubs into the moonlit brush. I stare at the star-ribboned sky, wonder who drifted down from those flaming suns to plant chromegaliths in our meadows, then suddenly skipped away. I clutch my flare and lay my head on the earth. Dream of the specters who long ago chewed through shale and peopled the caves of Cud.
When does fantasy begin? When does reality end? .hack. Is it just a game, or something far more dangerous? .hack Part 1, game and DVD for PlayStation 2 from Bandai, rated T for teen.
Subject A, good hedgehog. Subject B, evil hedgehog. Introducing Shadow from Sonic Adventure 2. Now you can choose to be Sonic, the good hedgehog, and try to save the world, or Shadow, the evil hedgehog, and conquer it. What kind of hedgehog are you? Rated E for everyone, only on Dreamcast.
Forget everything you think you know about Resident Evil.
I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
My father? Oh my god! What's going on?
Don't worry, Ashley. I'm coming for you.
Vayan por detrás. Evil has evolved. Resident Evil 4 for Nintendo GameCube. Rated M for mature. Only from Capcom.
Does this map screen thingy get TV?
Do you hate Mondays like we do? Then come on down to the Battlesphere for Mayhem Monday! Face down the awesome power of our BattleBot Brigade! And don't forget about our knuckle-busting Battle Royale! Where fighters from all around the globe duke it out for a chance to win the grand prize! Are you a bad enough dude to survive the Battlesphere? If you are, you'll face me, Captain Kalau!
Must be 13 years old or to apply. The Battlesphere is not responsible for death, dismemberment, injuries, or hair loss of any kind. This advertisement is brought to you by Mayor Zhao and Zhaolin Entertainment Corporation. Grand prizes are subject to change at the discretion of Mayor Zhao at any time and are non-negotiable. All entrance fees are non-refundable.
Enter now!
Most animals don't get a second chance. You fall through a lake, and the current drags your fur, and you end up dead under 6 inches of ice. You cross the wrong people, and you end up smeared across the snow. You end up half a world away from home. You end up climbing out of hell, coming up to a surface world that forgot your name. Not Dead is a cyberpunk paranormal thriller about the supernatural trying to lead mundane lives. It follows undead reporter Hanratty Vermington and her demonic partner Set, 2 animals in pain trying their best to be good. It's also about gay animal people kissing each other.
Mountain. Heavy are the mountains. But that changes over time. Sky. Blue sky. What your eyes can't see. What your eyes can see. Sun. There is only one. Water. Comforting. Commander Akari. Flower. So many alike. So many useless. Sky. Red sky. Red is the color. Red is the color I hate. Water flowing. Blood. The smell of blood. A woman who never bleeds. From the red earth comes man. From the soil. Born of man and woman as man. Town. A human creation. Eva. A human creation as well. What is a human? A creation of God? Is it a human creation? The things I possess are my life and soul. I am a vessel for my heart. Entry plug. Throne of a soul. Who is this? This is me. Who am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? What am I? I am myself. This, that which is myself. That which is formed is me. This the me that can be seen, yet feels as if this is not myself. A strange feeling. I feel as if my body is melting. I can no longer see myself. My shape is fading. I feel the presence of someone who is not me. Who is there? Beyond me there. Akari? I know this person. She is Captain Katsuragi. Dr. Akagi. Others. Classmates. The pilot of Unit 2. Commander Akari? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? So, how does it feel to be piloting 01 for the first time? Smells like Akari. I hate it. I hate this is how it ends. With fucking bombs. A world run by boomers, ending in the most boomer way possible. I bet they're doing this out of spite to prove they were right to not worry about the climate. It all feels so old-fashioned, you know? Okay. That's your concern? The aesthetics of the apocalypse? Why not? All these years, the look of my life has been determined by others. And now they want to decide how my death looks as well? Huh. I guess I get what you're saying. Right now, wreathed in smoke, Em looks much older than I first thought. More mature. Or maybe I'm just desperate and horny and projecting my desires on Em. Only one way to find out. How old are you, Em? About one day. Brat. Fine, let me guess then. 26? Em smirks and shakes Em's head. Still not making eye contact. 29? Em flicks the cigarette butt down. I watch the orange dot disintegrate into the blue haze below. I'm 35. The voice comes out tired, all swagger gone. God, I wish I wasn't. I wasted so much of it. My life. Who? Who? Shinji Ikari. But that's me. I am you. This self incorporates another self. The self has always been composed of two selves. Two? Yes. The self that is seen by others, and the self that observes that act. To expound, there is a Shinji Ikari that exists in your mind. The Shinji Ikari in Misato Katsuragi's mind. The Shinji Ikari in Asaka Soryu's mind. The Shinji Ikari in Rei Ayanami's mind. The Shinji Ikari in Gendo Ikari's mind. All different Shinjis, but each of them is a Shinji Ikari. What you fear is the Shinji Ikari that exists in the minds of others. I'm just afraid of being hated. You're afraid of being hurt. Who is bad? Father is. The father who deserted us. No, I'm the one who's bad. There you go again, rushing to take all the blame. That's what I mean about being interpunitive. That's because I can't do anything right. Isn't it just you who thinks you can't do anything right? I think I hate him, but I'm not sure anymore.
Good work, Shinji.
Father called me by my name. My father of all people actually praised me. Are you going to live the rest of your life regurgitating and digesting those few pleasant memories? If I trust their words, it's enough. Enough to keep me alive. By deceiving yourself. Everyone does it! That's how everyone survives! If you cannot accept that you are capable of initiating change within yourself, you will not be able to continue. This world is full of too many painful things for me to live in it. Like how you can't swim. Humans aren't designed to float. This is self-deception. Call it whatever you want. So far, you've been avoiding bad things in your life by covering your ears and eyes. In that last battle, his sister got what others think isn't important. Get out. No, I don't want to hear this. See, you're running away. Again. One cannot make a life just by daisy chaining their most enjoyable memories together. Especially not me. I found something that I enjoy. Finding something enjoyable? Finding something and doing that all the time? What's wrong with that? Father? Am I an unwanted child? Father! You ran away all on your own. No. Mother was... She was smiling. You did a very good thing today. People will praise you and thank you for it.
You shouldn't run away, Shinji.
Keep it up. I don't like being here. I'm tired of being alone. M runs M's hand through M's hair pensively. When I woke up this morning, I was not to anyone. I had a steady corporate job, the famous comfortable middle-class life. Boring friends who'd only talk about boats and investing. Utterly soul-crushing. Meaningless. But I worked so hard to make that life happen. If I threw it away now, then I would have wasted my 20s for nothing. Sunk costs and all that. M gesticulates vaguely with M's hand. So, I figured it'd be for the best if I just wore the high heels behind closed doors, Be content with sucking the occasional anonymous dick. Smother the little voice screaming to be let out with expensive toys and alcohol. M smiles wryly, voice a little brittle. You know, that song, Over the Rainbow? The old gay anthem. I wouldn't be able to quote the lyrics, but I know what it's about. Sure. Hearing it made me ugly cry every single time. M's voice begins to break. I cried because I think of all the people who didn't make it over, whose dreams didn't come true. And I cried because I knew I was one of them. M shuts M's eyes and presses a hand against M's mouth. Give me a moment. I don't want to die with my makeup running. I wish to see vulnerability. Got more than I expected. All the quirky theatrics and opulent clothes don't seem like cringe anymore. What I see now is a desperate desire to live 35 lost years in one night. I feel like I should hold him and tell him it's all gonna be alright. But I don't do that sort of stuff. And besides, it's not gonna be alright. We're about to die. So I just wait and listen.
Wake up, sleepyhead. Oh. Here. Oh. This is for you.
I don't want it.
Oh.
Well, if you don't want it, I'll take it.
It's not that I don't want it, but I want you to have it.
If you don't open your mind, your headmates won't speak. What? You mean I'm deafening them myself? The whole system has a mind of its own. They're all individuals. But I was the first. I'm the most important. You've heard them, haven't you? More like whispers. Nothing like real voices. Is it fun? You mean this game? It's just meh. But you play it all the time. Yeah. But it's just meh. I used to think it was fun. But from a game creator's perspective, it's just meh. I see. The interface isn't done well. It's hard to understand. Even the level designs are whack. Well, you know all about that. I wanted to tell you I've decided. Decided what? I'm getting a full-time job. What? Why so suddenly? It wasn't sudden. I got an offer from my boss a long time back. He wanted to hire me full-time for a while. Till now, I've been turning him down. Are you okay with the fact you won't be able to make games anymore? Do you remember the promise that we made? What promise? I guess you don't. You know, in my job at the cafe, they let me illustrate the menu and create boards for special deals. And the customers that come by tell me my designs are cool. Or my pictures are pretty. They just look genuinely pleased with my work. And that's enough for me. That's all I've got to say. I'll go now. Hey, Connie-chan? Can I ask why you make games now? Thanks for everything. It was fun.
Alright. Like a flash in the pan, I'm back. Or I'm here, we are back. Hi, I'm Thornbite. And I actually don't really feel like playing Cavern of Dreams. It feels a little too high-key. But I don't want to not play anything. So I'm gonna find something that I can play, and I'll do Cavern of Dreams next week. It's just been that sort of day. Ugh. Ugh. I was just so chilled out though. Even just like putting on my headphones and hearing the music that was playing to fill the air while we were gone, it was just like, damn, it's so calming. I could totally go to sleep right now. And I don't mean that, and I'm like that I'm super sleepy, but that I am relaxed as hell. At least right now. I guess that answers the question of how I am. I'm quite relaxed. And not nearly full enough with piss. The thing is, I want to play something where if I don't play well, it's not the worst thing in the world. Also, our controller died while at the end of whatever Dust was playing, and well, literally the game is literally in my face. So I'd love to play something that I could play on a keyboard real quick. Oh god, I haven't played Arena of the Arena in a while. It's because we uninstalled it. We uninstalled it so we would stop playing it because we played it too much. 400 hours. Okay, I am not going to summon that demon. That feels like a bad. Oh right, this was one of the demos that we picked up recently. This should be fine. How's it going? Don't restart the addiction, Thorn. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to a different roguelike deck builder game. We eventually end up uninstalling roguelike deck builders way before we end up uninstalling gacha games, in the sense of like, oh my god, this is taking over my life kind of way. Oh, fuck. Feedback loop. I heard my own voice. My own voice isn't that bad. Could be better, though. I can't believe my voice isn't even better than that. Shuffle tactics. I love how the audio thing is blank. There's just nothing there. This is actually a play test, so I can't exactly be a dick. I know what I'm getting into. If you think about it, TCGs are IRL gacha games. I agree. It's come up before in conversations we've had with people, especially because we know a lot of people who like TCGs, and we like TCGs, but we can't afford to play them in real life. That's unfortunate. I'm not a monster. I'll try it one more time. Is it? Oh. I hadn't actually stopped it yet. Okay. Again. Oh no, why did you go onto a different screen? Huh? What? Why is it so small? Night Moss. Yeah, no, this has to stop. Even my OBS started acting up. Like, holy shit. Okay. None of those are an option. There's nothing I want to play with keyboard right now. Fuck. I guess I will give it to fucking Punk to finish off with Higurashi. Fuck me. I'll play Warframe after we get off stream. Oh, hey. Hey, everybody. Ooh, fuck. Thrown in it again. Higurashi when they cry. I guess this is our winding down to the end of stream, because it's only me friending playing this as the last game of the night. Hope everyone's doing okay. I think we've been having a little bit of a rough patch since we got back. But we did finish a game tonight, so that's also good. Or finished as much of a game that is available right now. Let's see. Always forget how to spell it. Higurashi, not when they cry. I know how to spell when they cry. I assure you. Okay, so last time, what happened last time? If I remember correctly, we played cards. We had a really good showing. It went down to me and Mion, and although Mion was kind of toying with me, we all had fun and everyone was engaged as if I actually had an edge. But I got extremely close to winning. Also, finally read into what happened with the dam, since no one in the village wants to talk about it. Because everyone's friendly till it comes up. And it kind of makes sense that they are, considering the dam's construction has only been halted and can resume at any time. So all the hard work they put into convincing the government, quote unquote, would feel like it went to waste if something they said ended up making it possible to go again. But then again, maybe they're just paranoid. Or maybe they have something to hide. Oh yeah, and we found out that the person whose body parts they still didn't all find worked for the dam, or worked towards the construction of the dam, and multiple villagers did it, and people just dismembered him into like 13 pieces, and everyone took a piece, like a fucking sharing a bot's lunch. They didn't eat it. They all disposed of it separately. So that stands to reason that the people that they caught, they only know the people that they caught that they found a piece for, I would assume. So if there's one piece still in the dump, then that means whoever killed the fucking manager or whatever at the construction site probably never got caught. They did say the person who like is most responsible was never found. So that makes a lot of sense. And the dump is a great place to hide shit. So at the end of last sesh, we looked at the event of the Hinamizawa Dam project and seeing some of the mysterious circumstances that led to its halting. Let's look at the special tabloid report. This is like this from the stack of magazines that I looked through, that my character looked through. Yeah, hey. Thorn did get really frustrated. But I'm here to pick up the slack. Nightmare befalls the Hinamizawa Dam. Alright, I keep forgetting that space makes it so I can see everything without the words. It really fucks with me that it says lynching. And I'm sure this is the fucking like translation or whatever. Like I am not disparaging the translation necessarily, but lynching has a different connotation for me. So it's just, it ruffles my feathers a little bit, but at the same time, it is horror. It's supposed to make me uncomfortable. Although, they made me uncomfortable in a way that they didn't actually mean to. But whatever. It's not like people don't use lynching, or like the term lynch mob to describe getting deplatformed online, so it's not like people are that respectful in general anyway. Nightmare befalls the Hinamizawa Dam. Lynching and murder/dismemberment. In Et's month of Et's Day in Et's Prefecture at the Hinamizawa Dam construction site in Shishabone City, a bone-chillingly gruesome murder dismemberment. Even though this case has shocked the archipelago, the police will give no details on the case. Exactly what happened at the Hinamizawa Dam? They probably didn't mean to kill him at first. As the victim resisted by swinging around a shovel, the rest of the perpetrators armed themselves in return, and it quickly escalated to homicide. So said the aforementioned investigator A. After this bloody tragedy was over, they were left with a body which nobody thought was alive. Et's son had tormented the suspects daily with his rough behavior. At first it was meant to be payback. All the perpetrators were horrified by their deed, and one even turned himself into the police. It was the de facto leader of the group. Oh. Etz who suggests a hide in the body. It was the de facto leader of the group, Etz who suggests a hide in the body. Okay, so that's not the same person who turned themselves in. It was just that those two sentences were right next to each other, so I just conflated them for a second. Reluctantly at first, they soon began to think they did not wish to be caught. The construction site had numerous places to hide the body with 6 people. Oh, just 6 people? Where'd they get the number 14 from? They were originally supposed to hide the body and leave the area, but the de facto leader feared that the consciences of the other 5 wouldn't be able to bear the burden, and came up with a horrifying method to keep them from turning him in to the police. He devised the heinous method of splitting up the body amongst them and making each of them responsible for hiding a piece. Etzatz turned a simple manslaughter into a gruesome dismemberment and forcibly involved each perpetrator in order to create a sense of unity between them. Each one participated. But what does this mean? Person A spoke out reluctantly. Etzatz ordered each and every one of them to dissect the piece for themselves. They were hesitant at first, but nobody refused. And for a penny and for a pound was what was meant. Thus, an unimaginable bloody ceremony began. The perpetrators wept and vomited as they performed the gruesome task. There was one person who stubbornly refused, but Etzatz threatened them, saying nothing would change if someone else ended up dead, and he gave up his objections. But Etzatz's plan collapsed in the span of one night. Etzatz, who had refused to dissect the corpse up until the last moment, had broken down into tears in the hospital where he was being treated for an injury sustained during the scuffle and confessed. The criminals were arrested one after another, but the de facto leader, Etzatz's whereabouts, are still unknown. Also, the right arm hidden by Etzatz has yet to be found. Despite an ongoing search, this horrible individual has so far managed to elude law enforcement. What could the police be doing? I mean, police are bad at their job. What do you mean? Sorry, that's just me interjecting. It appears that Etzatz has said he was going to throw the body, right arm, into the marsh. Etzatz's car was discovered abandoned near the marsh, but there were no clues to his whereabouts. Etzatz didn't trust his companions. One cannot deny the possibility that he had expected his companions to confess to the police and use his car as a decoy. Of course, I doubt that theory. Since he has no car, one would expect him to have a limited area to which he could have escaped to. But within the station, there were rumors going around that he accidentally slipped and drowned in the marsh when he went to throw away the body. To the locals, the marsh is believed to be bottomless. It's known as Onigafuchi, the Ogre's Abyss, and it's said that the bottom of the marsh is connected to the hellish world of demons. The atrocious demon from hell that was Etzatz. Could it be that he had returned to hell through the marsh? The Zegan Dragon, bringer of luck and fortune. Preposterous future. Ladies leaping into your arms. Business success. Promotions. Ambition. Protection from harm. Not just the pachinko and horse races, but business and even love. Guaranteed or your money back. Zijing Dragon Bracelet DX. One Piece. It is a tabloid after all. Alright, let's get into the episode proper. Chapter 4? The function of this school as an educational facility is very questionable. Our PE class is exceptionally disorganized. The only things we do together are the warm-ups at the start. The teacher isn't even there for that. Or they're not there after that at all. All we do is play together. No helping it. Everybody's a different age or gender. The only rule was that we have to stay on school grounds while exercising. All the little kids were gallivanting about. Well, they certainly are active. They might be getting plenty of exercise, but the Board of Education probably completely forgot about this school. Oh, the Board of Education probably completely forgot about this school. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're all together now. What shall we do today for PE? Alright, we have all our members gathered for now. Now then, class representative, what shall we do for PE today? What shall we do? Mion harumphed and crossed her arms haughtily, surveying the area. Explosive power and endurance. Explosive power and endurance. There are no friends in the world of sports.
Everyone is a rival. The only thing you can trust is your own body. What the heck do you mean by that? You really read too much manga. I quipped without missing a beat. And so, we'll be taking a lesson from history. The tried and true king of all outdoor melee events. Let's play tag. It was quite the adorable choice to make after playing it up so much. Just what I was hoping for. That dunderhead Keiichi-san shall be the first one to be it. I won't be beaten. I'll try my best too. You can't beat me. Damn, I need water like a fish. I need water like a fish. I can't believe American education has made it there. I feel so bad for them. I'll try my best too. You can't beat me. Why are you guys all so into it? The third rule of our society. You must partake in the game, enjoying it without question. Then this counts as a club activity? Everyone smirked at each other. They all seem pretty confident. I'm a shark. Physically, I should be able to keep up with any girls my own age. Regardless, Mion and Sadako looked like they were aiming for victory, and Reina was looking at me as if pitying my disadvantage. Fine. Tag. I'm in! My yell echoed across the school grounds. These were the rules. Anyone who was able to evade being tagged before the bell was a winner. But we didn't switch who was it. The ones who were tagged by it also became it. So the number of people who were it can increase exponentially. The endgame could become a hellish siege. They call the version we're playing here zombie tag, you see. I see. Anyone infected by a zombie turns into one. Why do you make it sound so scary, I wonder? As soon as I catch Reina, I'm gonna tear out her entrails while she's still alive. Oh, gross! Keiichi-kun, that's gross! Oh, that's what I said. As soon as I catch Reina, I'm gonna tear out her entrails while she's still alive. Gross! Keiichi-kun, that's gross! I want to pour out more than your entrails, but we can start with those. Rika-chan placed her hand on Reina's head as she panicked. Don't worry. Before Keiichi gobbles you down, I'll eat you up gently. Rika, that isn't comforting at all! Both Mion and I nodded deeply. Mm-hmm. So, the first it. How do you decide who's the zombie? With rock, paper, scissors? Well, it is class time after all. Let's decide by answering questions. I'll answer the questions, and the one who isn't able to answer is the zombie. I have no idea which grade level they're coming from. What does the Japanese word roku mean? Huh? I was bewildered by the sudden question. Oh, sorry, loku. What does the Japanese word loku mean? So you need to answer. What's roku in English? It's, sits? How about kurishita? Socks. What's the third to last letter in the alphabet? It's S. What does Seibetsu mean? Of course I know what that is. Sayako cut herself off before finishing the answer. I see. It's quite a lewd question. You're an adult, aren't you? Of course you know what it is, right? I certainly do. Of course I know. Then go ahead and say it. That, you know, that. What does that mean exactly? Oh, Sayako looks like she's in trouble. How cute. Don't take her home, it's a crime. If I didn't nip it in the bud, she really might have tried to take her home. Mion's pursuit was relentless, making Sadako stammer. Now then, go ahead and say it. Nice and loudly. What does that mean? I don't know. I know. That means a person, thing, idea, action, or event which has been previously indicated in context. Oh, that's to help us English users understand, because that is basically a word that's referencing the subject without using the subject's name again. Huh? All of us were a bit surprised by Rika-chan's unexpected answer. Oh, no. I took it literally. No, that's what she actually said. That's really interesting. Oh, log. That means a person, thing, idea, action, or event which has been previously indicated in context. Huh? All of us were a bit surprised by Rika-chan's unexpected answer. I see. It certainly is what that means. That could have been awkward. I wonder what I would have done in Sayako's position. I'd probably get ticked off and just blurt out the you-know-what at the top of my lungs. I wouldn't want you as an enemy, Mion Sonozaki. Thank goodness you were born a girl. If you were a boy, you'd probably be a perverted asshole. Fun fact, she is a perverted asshole! Gender has nothing to do with it. It appears I have no choice. Unfortunately, I, Sadako Hoju, shall assume the role of the zombie. I shall eat everyone. Seems like she's raring to go. All I must do is count to 100, correct? Some jerks skip numbers while counting to 100. Some jerks skip numbers while counting to 100, so you can start chasing after you solve this problem. Well, Keiji-kun, give her a simple one, okay? 1/5 of a cake, 1/6 of a cake, and 1/7 of a cake are all on a plate. Oh no! There are no common denominators! Sayako grabbed a stick in a panic and began drawing a cake in fractions on the ground. If Sadako, who can eat one cake in 60 seconds, eats all of them, how many cakes are left on the plate? Just as I finished giving the word problem, Mion shouted, "Ready, go!" On Mion's signal, everyone but Sadako scattered.
Kichi-kun, that wasn't a problem at all, was it? Sadako had already lost the moment she started working it out. She's eating it all, so of course there's nothing left on the plate. Everyone dashed off in the direction they thought was best. Knowing the lay of the land, they probably headed right to the best spots. It was obviously I was at a disadvantage. At a time like this, it would have been more effective to go along with those trained in survival skills. Like Mio, for example. The fact that I didn't realize that at the start of the game probably hurt my chances. Glancing back over the school grounds, I saw Sadako just rising up to start. She was really, really mad. She got tripped up on such a dumb question. I stood at one of the corners of the school. I had clear sight lines in two directions and would probably have a good response time if any zombies started closing in. For the time being, I caught my breath and focused on what I was trained to think during club activities yesterday. Now think calmly, Kechi Minabara. If I was it, what would I do? Increasing my numbers will be the shortcut to victory. Then going after the weakest player first is the obvious plan of attack. Meaning, me! Now then, where could Kichi-san possibly be? I shan't let you escape. But of course, what would be the best method to track me down? Footprints or smell? Or maybe some type of trail? If I could craftily hide my tracks, then there would be no trail for Sadako to follow. But I was no detective. Would I even be able to do that kind of thing in an amateur game like this? Tomita! Okamura! Have you seen Kachi-san? Oh. Tomita, Okamura, have you seen Kachi-san recently? What the heck? Do zombies hunt their prey by asking nicely where they went? Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun pointed to the direction I was hiding. After confirming she was heading in this direction, I abandoned my position. It certainly wasn't easy to hide myself with all those little kids running around as they pleased. It was becoming even more obvious that I was at a disadvantage from not being familiar with these surroundings. If that's how it was gonna be, then to confront this intelligence-gathering zombie, I just countered it in a similar vein. I approached some girls playing with a ball. I'm sorry, but could you relay this message? Tell Sayako Hoju their parents are at the gate, please. Message, ah. Okay. I stopped the girls as they turned to run off. Wait, don't go yet! Also take this one to Mio Sonozaki. Tell the teacher is calling her to the gate. I am quite the schemer if I do say so myself. If things went well, then Sayako and Mio will run into each other at the gate. It'll put me at a disadvantage if more people were it, but this was Mio we were talking about. She'd figure out a way to escape, but that was just fine, as long as it bought me more time. Dance for me, Mion and Sadako. Dance, puppets! In the palm of my hand. Having my fill of playing the con man, I looked for a place to hide. If you think about it logically, I'd only bought myself a scant amount of time, and it might only come back to bite me. Once it became apparent I started spreading false information through messengers, I could end up being the recipient of one of those messages. Sayako would probably ask the messengers to help her look for me. That would mean there would be more zombies than participants in the game. The virus that was brought about by my mischief would cause an epidemic. All my classmates will transform into zombies and will only be searching for me! This tactic might backfire horribly. While trembling at the thought of impending dawn of the dead, I began searching for a safe house. I found a shed by the incinerator behind the school. After climbing up to the roof, I held my breath. It wasn't a bad place to hold out. Not only did I have a good line of sight, but if necessary, I could jump off in 3 different directions to escape. It was getting rowdy down there. The lower gates were running around below the shed. Minabara-san isn't around. Is he over there? Nope. Where's Kechi-san, I wonder? His dad is at the front gate. That was definitely a lie. The word gate, the same one I'd use, gave a hint of revenge. So Mion was behind this. I was still keeping one step ahead of the game. I felt bad for my underclassmen, but they had to search until the school bell. Hey, do you know what Kechi-san is? His mom suddenly got really sick. A message from Minabara-san. They said his house caught on fire and he needs to come to the gate. A jumbo jet fell on Minabara's residence. The police have come to question him. Anything goes now. They say he enjoys peeping into bathrooms. Hello? Is it true he's going around every night stealing panties? What were they talking about? I don't steal panties, I swear. No way I would do that. I see. I heard the class representative Mion was a victim too. What? Ugh! That was your doing, Mion. It looked like you were zooming in on your neck with that zoom in. Sometimes my zoom ins are ill-placed. Calm down, Kechi Minabara. This is Mion's battle tactic to flush me out. Just hold on. If my underclassmen thought about it logically, they would know it's all nonsense. But small kids don't think about things logically. To them, all those things are true. So they all chuckle together while looking for me. I win. I win, Mion. It's my victory. Wiping unrelenting tears away, I feel intoxicated by my own victory. Did you hear? I heard the new transfer student, Minabara-san, is a really perverted person. The cost of being Mion had too high a price. Ugh. Oh, someone passed below. That's Reina and Rika-chan. Rika-chan, you're still okay? I'm getting by somehow. It seems Mi-chan is it as well. Mion? It couldn't be. She become it because of my little strategy? This confirmed that Mio was behind this relentless message war. Then, this wasn't good. We finally got away from Mi-chan, but Sayako-chan, Sayako was searching around the pipes, so we should be safe here for a while. Upon hearing that, I breathed a sigh of relief. While Reina was slumped on the ground, breathing heavily, Rika had started creeping up to her. Rika-chan doesn't normally make noise when she walks. But it's strange. It couldn't be. Whoa! Rika-chan? What is it? What is it? Huh? Don't worry. I had never seen Rika-chan smile so creepily before. Why are they coming closer? Why? Rika-chan isn't a zombie, is she? Don't be scared. I'll be sure to eat you gently. No way! Rika-chan, you too? No, Okay, I read that wrong. I wasn't sure if they were faking me out and were coming to kill me. Don't worry. Why are you coming in closer? Why? Rika-chan isn't a zombie, is she? Don't be scared. I'll be sure to eat you. Gently.
No, 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 no! No way! Rika-chan, no! Ah! Reina was pressed against the wall, and Rika-chan lurched forward with both arms out, just like a zombie. Reina quacked with her back brushed up against the wall. Sorry, quaked. Reina quaked with her back pushed up against the wall. It was quite a surreal scene of horror. Like one of those zombie breakout videos you'd see. At that moment, Reina's eyes met mine. Kenshi-kun, save me! Zombie Rika-chan! Mixing up the voices. Kenshi-kun, save me! Zombie Rika-chan turned 180 degrees, Exorcist style, and glared at me. Found him. I see K-chan. Mion popped out from behind a cinder block wall around the garbage dump, also seeing where I was. My position was only advantageous when there was one zombie. Being surrounded was not as good. You say you located Kachi-san? I could tell the Sayaka was rushing my way. It seemed that Rika-chan had let Reina escape, and now she was baring her fangs in my direction. Come on down, K-chan. The three zombies circled the shed, moaning curses. You guys are scary! Too scary! I wonder how Kechi-san's guts taste. Kechi-san. Keiichi, I want you to become one of us. Someone please save me! I saw Reina apologizing to me from across the schoolyard. An apology. Sorry. Leaving me for dead? Reina! I leapt off the roof out of fear, slipping as I landed. Sayaka and Rika jumped on top of me, and after straddling me... Tickle me! Oh, stop! Stop! So, this means Reina is still left. There isn't much time until the bell. Damn you, Reina! How dare you leave me for dead! The feelings of a zombie. I understand how vengeful ghosts with lingering regrets felt. It's so sad. But Kechi is one of us now. It felt like I'd been bitten by a vampire and was now one of their thralls. It was a strange feeling being welcomed over to the side that had pursued me. Zombie tag is quite profound. There's no time to postulate! We must capture Reina! The principal is walking down the hall. The bell will ring soon. To devour Reina, I, who had been turned into a demon of vengeance, needed to use any means necessary. Except I wasn't just a zombie. I was a master of the night. A vampire. Using the same trick that had tightened the noose around my own neck, I used my classmates to further my own evil designs. I had gathered up the lower grades from around the school grounds. Everyone listen. Reina's in big trouble. All of you please look for Reina. It's a bigger problem than a jumbo jet crashing into your... Oh. It's bigger than a jumbo jet crashing into your family's house? Oh yeah. It turned out that it hadn't it. Mion whistled nonchalantly, trying to avoid the blame. Yeah, it's not even in the same league as jumbo jets.
What fell on Reina's house was a space colony! A space colony? Yeah, it's a really big disaster. Everything in a 100-kilometer radius was obliterated. But that's only the prelude to this tragic tale. This is the beginning. The start of a war for independence by the proprietary of Zeon. The lower grades were dumbfounded, their eyes like saucers at the grand turn of events. What will happen? Will the Terran Federation lose? If things go on like this, they will. Only one person can defeat the Red Comet. That person is Reina Ryugu. The lower grade students all gulped. It seemed I made them fully understand that the fight for Earth was now lost without Reina. Now scatter, comrades! We must find Reina. My comrades in the lower grades let out an enthusiastic cheer and dashed off in various directions around the school grounds. There was still one person who hadn't gone. But I thought even the Terran Federation's Impulse Wave Diffusal Cannon didn't work on the Comet Empire. You're close. That's the white variety of those comets. The reason it didn't work was because they didn't know the weak point. Of course, Reina knows their weak point all too well. Ryuga-san is amazing. Satisfied with that, he also rushed off to look for Reina. It does seem like there are some promising up-and-comers among the youngsters. Little Kei-chan's abilities. This old man knows them better now. It didn't really feel like she was complimenting me, but whatever. Really though, how exceptional, Kechi-san. This looks quite promising. If we have this many, we can win. With this many, we will win. I was thinking that Keiichi would have been a better nominee for the initial zombie. Rika-chan's words stung a bit, but let it slide for now. Not even Reina will be able to escape the entire class. As a result of everyone's thorough search, Reina was finally cornered in the back of the sports equipment shed. You're all scary. Kechi-kun too. So scary. It probably was scary being chased around by the entire student body. All the lower grades closed in on Reina, saying she was the only one who could save the world. What are you all saying? I can't control a mech? Reina, how could you leave me for dead? Are you ready to pay for it? I'm sorry about that, Kechi-kun, but I didn't have a choice. How could you? Do not resist. Let yourself be devoured. Let's all be together. Now, Reina, say your prayers. Reina had stumbled into a mat, trembling with tears in her eyes. I closed them. Associating this situation with a similar, particularly immoral one made my pulse quicken just a little bit. Serious face. Saiko and Rika-chan were both wiggling their fingers. They probably wanted to tickle Reina. Reina, wanting no part of what she knew was about to happen, went stiff with fear. Keiichi-kun, you wouldn't do mean things like everyone else, would you? Would you? I wonder. Now then, are you ready? Okay. So long as this Keiichi-kun. The face she made as she resigned herself to her fate made my heart skip a beat. I believe that Keiichi-kun won't do horrible things to me. Body won't move. Oh, body won't move. There had to be some sort of anti-zombie mantra. The second my sense of reason chimed in, the beast inside me died instantly. There was the bell. Game over. Yay! I did it! I did it! I survived! Yay! Yay! Reina pranced around merrily as if a curse had been broken. Huh. So, daylight broke in the nick of time and the evil zombie army disintegrated into dust. And so, the heroine survived. Well, that's how it goes in the movies anyway. What are you postulating about? This is all because Kechi-san was dawdling about. What are you postulating about? This is all because Kechi-san was dawdling. Punishment is required. I was subdued by Sadako and Rika-chan, and once again sentenced to death by 100 Forgive me! Then the award for surviving goes to Reina Ryugo and Mio Sonozaki. Yay! Huh? Mi-chan wasn't a zombie? Only pretend to be one. They say you need to deceive your allies before you can deceive the enemy, you know. Oh, Mio, you little. Yeah. Hurry up and change, alright? Don't be late for the next class. Let go of me, Sadako! Rika-chan! Having had my fill of being terrified to my very core by club activities, I solemnly swear I would have Mion crying for mercy next time. Higurashi, when they cry? When they cry. I feel like I hit you in the king zone with critical damage. Oh yeah, this is up and down like so much stuff we love. Love tickling. I think for the thumbnail to this VOD, I'm gonna draw myself, either myself being tickled or the cast plus me tickling Reina. Because I'm just so into the scene. It's also really good writing. It's like anything could, like, you know, push buttons to a degree, right? Even without it meaning to. But that was definitely meant to push certain types of buttons. This is not an eroge, but it flirts with the idea sometimes. Tickling is adorable. And to answer the question from before, I am not a panty thief. I am a panty phantom thief of hearts. I always leave my calling card. After arriving home, I quickly made preparations to head out once again. I agreed to meet with Reina to dig Colonel Sanders out of the mountain of treasure from before. Mom, do we have work gloves? I need towels too. Aren't they in the shed out back? The towels are by the sink. Alright, now I was all ready. Looking at me, my mom stared quizzically. What's going on, Keiichi? Where are you headed off in that getup? If they came to dump again illegally, if they come to dump again illegally, he'll be buried completely and it'll be impossible to dig him out. And if that happens, Reina will undoubtedly go after the Colonel Sanders in front of the fried chicken place in town. A bit of excavating. So my classmate doesn't become a criminal. Well, don't be out too late. Mom returned to the kitchen with a puzzled expression on her face. Damn. dyslexia got hands. I am a very big goofy goober. Yes, thank you for noticing. Cutting through the woods as a shortcut to the dam site, I ran into someone. It was Tomitake-san. Probably taking pictures of wild birds again with that precious camera of his. It couldn't be that all he took pictures of was handsome young men in the twilight. I mean, I love my gay as much as the net shark. Hey, long time no see. Kachi-kun, right? My due regards. I had spelled the rude imagery from my head and greeted him without inciting anything. Oh, Keiichi was being homophobic. By the way, was that girl an acquaintance of yours? He was probably talking about Reina. Guessing by the way Tomitake-san was shaken up. What was that all about? Oh. What was that all about? She was walking around with an axe. And she was laughing with a huge smile across her face. That was Reina, without a doubt. It was probably because she could take it home today, so she couldn't hide her excitement. I hit myself because I thought it might be dangerous. Should I call the cops to be safe? Well, it certainly would be quite the spectacle for a girl of her age to be roaming around with an axe. Tomitake-san's reaction was the epitome of logical. It's fine, it's fine. Just leave her to me. She's just wandering around looking for more victims. Tomitake-san was alarmed by my crass response. Well, it's probably hard for normal people to understand, Reina. Fucking normies. I'll just toss a bunch of BS out there. If you were to be killed out here, she'd probably be the one to do it. Try not to snoop too much around here. With a condescending smirk, I stared off in the direction of the damn site where Reina was waiting. Before I got too far, Tomitake-san abruptly called out to me. Kachi-kun, is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? I didn't mean that seriously. I did try to make it obvious, but... I'll try my best to be careful. Leaving those words behind, Tomitake-san turned around and left. I didn't really mean to call him an outsider. I wasn't really implying anything when I said that. I was just being edgy. It was only meant to be a joke, but I felt like I had said something bad. I guess he doesn't really feel welcome here. I guess that makes sense. I may have felt the same way about jokes like that when I first moved here. But I'm so used to it. If he keeps coming around, maybe he'll see what makes this place so great. Hey. I have my own Pampers? Well, actually I don't. We're actually wearing our last one. But I don't need to steal Pampers. I mean, actually a lot of my friends wear Pampers, so I only sometimes... Never mind. Kachi-kun! I was waiting for you. Let's try our best today. I understood what Tomitake-san was trying to say. Somebody gallivanting about while waving an axe around certainly would seem dangerous. You should cover the axe with something when you have it around in public. It's not good to carry it around out in the open like that. It seems that I lost it, so there isn't one. Thinking about it, there really was no need to try to keep up appearances. Everyone in Hinamizawa probably already knew about Reina's eccentricities. She's probably the only person who could carry an axe around Hinamizawa and not be considered suspicious. Ah well, let's finish this today. If we burst through this last beam, we should be able to pull him out. I've got everything I need. Leave it to me. Okay. I took the axe from Reina and made my way up the unstable slope. Just wait, Colonel Sanders. Ketchy-kun will save you. Alright, get back. I'll finish this in one go! Ah! A solid thwack rang throughout Hinamizawa, as if the job was being done by a lumberjack. How is it? Oh. How is it? Think you can do it? If it looks too hard, you don't have to strain yourself. If I can break through this, then we'll be good. I have plenty of power today. I can do it. But this adversity was more formidable than I expected. First of all, I never used an axe before. During a school camping trip, I wanted to split the wood, but I lost at rock, paper, scissors and wasn't able to do it. Because the spot where I was standing was so unstable, I soon became tired. I decided to take a break. Reina already spread out a tarp and laid down some tea and sweets. I'm fine. Oh, I'm fine, I'm almost there. I'll make sure Reina can give Colonel Sanders a goodnight kiss tonight. Yeah, but thanks. Giving Colonel Sanders a goodnight kiss. Oh. Come to think of it, Reina, you're a transfer student too, right? Where'd you live before? I asked her nonchalantly while drinking tea. I had thought she lived here all her life. In Kanto. It wasn't as rural as it is out here, but it was still out in the countryside. Why'd you move out here? To Hinamizawa, I mean. You know this is pretty far out in the boonies. Why'd you move here? Does that have to do with your dad's work? Dad said... Oh, okay. Why'd you move out here? To Hinamizawa, I mean. You know, this is pretty far out in the boonies. Why did you move here? Does that have to do with your dad's work? Dad said he wanted to move out to a studio. He'd been saying for a while that somewhere deep in the mountains like this would be perfect. Studio? Is your father an artist or something? He paints scenery. Seems that twice a year he opens a gallery for the stuff he does. When he started, his works were displayed in an industry plaza in Tokyo, but now they're exhibited in Makuhari Messe. He's determined to have them displayed in the Waterfront International Exhibit Hall. That's amazing! Let me see them next time. I was too embarrassed to tell her that I didn't really know what kind of pictures my father painted. Well, eventually I would. I picked myself up while giving some vague answers. But you transferred in the middle of the semester, didn't you? Wasn't that a hassle? Not really. I was getting bored of the city anyway. I was trying to get an answer from Reina, but I ended up being the one giving out all the answers. With a bit of a wry smile on my face, I grabbed the handle of the axe and headed back to the worksite. Taking interest in someone else can be a great way to deflect. I'm doing okay. How are you, Del? Hope you're surviving alright. The air grew colder as the sun slowly set. The Higurashi began their song, as if to tell me to stop and head home for the day. Just a bit more. Today, I would end it. When I first started, I chatted with Reina as I worked, but now I didn't have that luxury. Hiya! You little... Damn it! I swung the axe countless times today, just like this. Contact. Shards of wood splintered. The assailants butchered the victim's body with hatchets and pickaxes. I recall that passage from the tabloid. One hit with something like this would smash someone's head in. Axes and pickaxes are not meant to be swung at people. Ever. With one last swing, the beam cracked apart. The weight I put behind the axe not only split through the beam, but smashed the statue's shoulder as well. The arm came off with a sickening thud. It clattered down noisily, stopping at my feet. Well, what's the matter? Are you hurt? Sorry. The figure's arm, it broke off. Oh, that's all? I thought Ketchikun was hurt. I probably had a really guilty look on my face. Reina said that without a hint of dismay as she smiled. We just need to tape it back on and put a coat of paint over him. Nobody will even notice. I see. Well, let's pull him out then. Can you get that side? Okay. Seems they haven't been able to find one of the arms, you see. I laughed dryly at how pathetic I was for considering the arm flopping down, rolling to my feet to be such a bad omen. Both Reina and Mion knew how sickening that incident was, so they pretended they didn't know. I looked it up all by myself, and shamefully enough, I was scared. You're pathetic, Keiichi Maebara. Alright, Reina. Let's do this in one go. Ready? And... Wow! We did it! We did it, Ketchikun! Yay! The right time to give 3 cheers. That moment of 2 days of work bearing fruit. He who was brought to Hinamizawa covered in filth to meet his end. Instead, we were able to welcome him back. You're pretty lucky, Colonel Sanders. Your new master is a pretty decent person. Wow, Colonel Sanders. He really is cute. It didn't matter that he was dirty. Reina nuzzled him cheerfully with her cheek. Oh, reminds me of that, our stuffed Triceratops that we, rescued. I was dead tired, but seeing Reina's happy face made it all worth it. I hope you carry it back. It'll be bad if it gets dark. Yeah, right. I really want to thank you, Ketchikun. I won't forget this. Think really hard about what you want me to do to repay you, okay? Whoa. I wonder what kind of repayment. Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay, I reversed it. I won't forget this. Think real hard about what you'll do to repay me, okay? Whoa. I wonder what kind of repayment. I wonder. For now, I just hold back my evil cackle. For films, something like that is ominous as fuck. Because for a lot of guys, the special favor is sets. It's always sets. However, Ketchikun seems like a decent guy. And although he definitely has lustful thoughts at Reina, and some of his other classmates, to varying degrees, I feel like he respects Reina as a person and would not do that. If I was in his position, I would use it to just get a picnic all to myself, though. Honestly, that could be seen inappropriately. Maybe something a little bit more public so she feels safe. Although, at the same time, country girl, if something happens, her dad will probably kill me with an axe anyway. Just got done with a campaign session. Oh, like D&D? Nice. The smell of sulfur, chlorine, and rotting meat permeates. Ew. We were ready to take it to our house, but we couldn't go like this. We rolled the statue up in a tarp and lifted him. And so Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tomitake-san. If he saw us here and took a picture, we'd need to get rid of him. Well, is that meant to be a warning for an outsider like me? Something struck me as odd about the words Tomitake-san, Tomisake-san, unable to grasp my sense of humor, had left behind. Higurashi, when they cry, where will you be? Receive new tips. For anything? Save. End of chapter 4. So we actually only got one tip this time. So I'm actually going to save it for next week. If we only get one tip at the end of next week's chapter, then we'll end with a tip. They're not actually tips. I don't know why they're called tips. I mean, I think that it's kind of like extra context that makes you understand things. So it's not a tip in a mechanical sense, but a tip in a narrative sense, especially considering the mystery nature of this game. Alright, that was a quick chapter. Wow. Very quick, yeah. Thanks for watching. We're about to gear up for the raid, so folks feel really like they want to make someone feel a little bit better or more good. If you feel like staying for the raid to give another streamer a bit of encouragement, that'd be pretty cool of you. But if you just head out, that's fine too. I hope that I see you next week when the cicadas sing their song. Yeah, tip is in clue. Exactly right. Okay, let's see who we're gonna raid. Wait, Del, are you in our chat and streaming? Fucking hilarious. That's kind of late. I think I'm gonna raid Spacian. Playing random horror games. I wonder if it's from like a haunted PS1 thingy. Thank you everyone for being here. Really appreciate you. Let's see. You're not live? Okay. It when I looked on who to raid, it looked like you were still alive. If you raided someone else, then maybe it connected to them. I'm not sure. That's the raid message. Your life will feel happiness and sadness. let's add it with... Actually, I don't have access to my emotes on this chat part. But yeah, we got 40 more seconds for the raid hits. We got new glasses, which is nice. It's nice to have glasses that aren't perpetually broken and that don't slip off our face when we get sweaty. Yay! We got most of our bills taken care of. So our like funding goal right now is mostly for diapers. Yeah. And I don't know. Have a good weekend. Tip your homies.